unfortunately we can't dig into deeper, but there's a knowledge hub in the region as well, and I believe 4 educational institutions, not to mention probably other bridging programs. But Nisheen and the Ignite team will be able to support you further. So we encourage you to follow Ignite. Of course, the Ignite team will be in their booths in the expo today and tomorrow. We're sort of running out of time. I mean, if I gave Nisheen one question that multiple people such as Fatah, Abdulwahab, Bujaber, a lot of people, it's a skilled trades question, Nisheen. They're in construction, and I'm trying to group a few questions together. So if we could comment on that and how our friends like Fatah can follow up on their own in terms of construction, skilled trade opportunities, or even programs.
Thank you for that question. And this reminds me that, I did speak about the 6 emerging sectors in my presentation, but I did not touch upon the skilled trades sector at all. My bad. I must speak to it now. Skilled trade is something that is the backbone of each and every sector that is an emerging sector. So we cannot, reduce the importance of skilled trades at all. We do need people who can build houses for newcomers whom we want to come into our region and grow our economy. But if there's no housing, we cannot do that. If there's no infrastructure, we cannot do that. So skilled trades is always in high demand. People like carpenters or construction workers or plumbers or, people who are in mechanics, we need you. And there are jobs available for people like you who can work in the skilled trades. In fact, it is turning out to be a very, very high demand profession here. We don't have people here who can take up the number of jobs that are emerging in the construction sector now. And with the government's investment in the construction sector moving on, just to make sure that we develop enough infrastructure and housing for all the newcomers that are coming in, this is going to remain in high demand for the coming years. So short answer, yes. We would love to have you.
It's a great way to sort of begin the sign off, because we're getting close to the hour and the commercial break, and we'll soon be joined by Greater Sudbury in Ontario. But the conversation can certainly continue with Nisheen and the Ignite team over the next 2 days and in the coming months, whether you're landed in New Brunswick already, or you're in Ottawa, or you're in Morocco and looking for opportunities in New Brunswick as a future Canadian. So Nisheen, thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure to see you, and I'll certainly give you the final words as to how the conversation can continue with Ignite.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Thank you for this opportunity. It's always great to be here and to speak to this lovely audience. Yes, I would reiterate that my team is there to help you on the Ignite booth for today and tomorrow. So please take advantage of it. Ask as many questions as you want. Do visit our website, send us your messages, and we are here to support you. We would love to help you, and we would love to welcome you in Fredericton.
Thank you, Nisheen. Everyone will take a quick 1 or 2 minute commercial break to refill our coffees or teas, and we'll be joined by Ryan and Alex from Greater Sudbury. Have a great day, Nisheen.
Unlock the door for your bright future, presenting the online talent attraction.
Okay, we're going to stick to the schedule, 10 a.m. EDT exactly in Sudbury, Ontario, and here in Ottawa. We have Ryan Humenlik and Alex Ross of Greater Sudbury. So once again, everyone, to set expectations, for the next hour, we're going to hear from our partners and specialists, Ryan and Alex of Greater Sudbury, as to living and working in Greater Sudbury, opportunities for living, working, playing, developing your career and life in the region. We'll be hearing from Ryan and Alex for 30, 40 minutes or so, learning a lot of resources. And then, as you know, we'll open up the floor to a question and answer period. This is a live and interactive event. It's very cool. We have a lot of persons from Ontario, from Canada, and future Canadians and future residents of Sudbury joining us. So send your questions to the chat or Q&A function as Ryan and Alex get towards the end of their presentation. So, Song, please bring up Ryan and Alex presentation, and we'll make sure that Ryan and Alex have control. And Ryan and Alex, I see that you're muted. So, yep, there you go, Ryan and Alex. I just want to make sure that Song, please give control to Ryan. We'll let Ryan start off, and I just want to make sure that Ryan has control before I take a rest and enjoy all that there is to learn about Sudbury and living and working in Greater Sudbury. So Ryan, good morning. Do you are you able to, on your keyboard or with your cursor, move the
I'll give it a try here. Yeah, it's moving. Perfect. Thank you.
Moving. Awesome. We're ready to go. So thank you so much, Ryan and Alex. And we're going to pass it off to you. And I look forward to seeing you, Ryan and Alex, in the Q&A. See you guys soon.
Thank you. So I just want to thank G-TAC for this opportunity and thank everyone today for joining us. Alex and I are grateful to be given the opportunity to share with you why Greater Sudbury is the best place to live, work, and play. So the agenda, so we're going to touch on lifestyle, healthcare, multiculturalism, affordability, economic diversity, overview of Sudbury's workforce, and an update on the Sudbury Rural and Northern Immigration Pilot. So in Greater Sudbury, you get the best of both worlds, a bustling urban center and a beautiful landscape to call home. Greater Sudbury spans just over 3,200 square kilometers of geographic area and is located in the heart of Northeastern Ontario. At 3,200 square kilometers, we're actually 5 times the size of Toronto. We have a population of just over 166,000 people, making it the largest city in Northern Ontario. So Greater Sudbury is a hub for government, mining, healthcare, transportation, and retail trade. While we are north, as you can see from the map, we are in proximity to key North American markets in Southern Ontario. We're only about a 4-hour drive from Toronto, or a 1-hour flight with regular daily flights to and from Toronto with Air Canada and Porter Airlines. So this photo is taken downtown on Durham Street with people enjoying some of our great restaurants and cafes. I want to give you a bit more information about our community. We are the happiest city in Canada based on Statistics Canada 2015 data. We have 4 distinct seasons, including spectacular sunny weather year round. And we have 150 uniquely owned and operated restaurants offering a variety of international cuisine with patios to enjoy the warm, sunny weather in the summer. We also have a number of beaches and golf courses located throughout the community. So Greater Sudbury has a quaint downtown, boutique specialty shops, and some amazing murals that were created as part of the Up Here Festival, one of many festivals that take place in our community. In terms of shopping, we have some great shopping opportunities as well with popular brands such as Lululemon, H&M, and Old Navy. We have a number of malls located throughout the community, with the new Sudbury Shopping Center being the largest with 110 stores. We also have a variety of big box stores, including Costco, Home Depot, and well, now it's Rona, to name a few. So here's a photo of two people enjoying time out on a canoe on Ramsey Lake, located in the heart of our city. Ramsey Lake is the second largest lake contained within the boundaries of a single city in the world. The largest city-contained lake is also located in Greater Sudbury, Lake Wanapitei, which is at the northeast end of our community. In the background is the Sudbury Yacht Club, and in the next bay over is the Northern Water Sports Center. Memberships are quite reasonably priced at each of the facilities, giving members access to the facility, canoes, kayaks, etc., to enjoy time out on the water. Also starting last summer, Ramsey Lake is now home to a large water park that is set up in front of Bell Park. If you like walking or running, Bell Park has an amazing 2-kilometer boardwalk that follows along the shore of Ramsey Lake. Along the way, there are several beaches, play structures for children, and sitting areas to enjoy the lakefront view, including several gazebos and an outdoor amphitheater where a number of concerts and festivals occur throughout the summer months. So Ramsey Lake is also, or we also have a 1.5-kilometer skate path over the winter months, and many people enjoy ice fishing on the lake. The lake is very accessible and has a public boat launch and docks, so anyone can enjoy and access the lake in both summer and winter. So here is a photo of our annual fireworks display during Canada Day celebrations on the shore of Ramsey Lake. In the background is Science North, our largest tourist attraction, and our hospital, Health Sciences North, is located just behind. So as you can imagine, with Sudbury being 3,200 square kilometers with approximately 167,000 people, there's a lot of green space located throughout the community and tons of parkland and maintained nature trails. In fact, we have 177 kilometers or 109 miles of non-motorized trails and 35 kilometers or 21 miles of cycling infrastructure across our community. There is an extensive trail system for running and cycling in the summer, as well as skating, skiing, and snowboarding in the winter. Greater Sudbury is also in close proximity to 9 different provincial parks, all within a 1-hour drive from here. And I can't forget to mention that we have an award-winning symphony, an art gallery, theater centers, and many festivals and events, as I mentioned previously. So as you can see, we have 4 very distinct seasons in Greater Sudbury, and we take advantage of all the recreational opportunities our community has year-round. This is a photo taken at Kiwi Park, which in the winter has cross-country ski trails, a skate path that runs through the surrounding forest and is lit at night. In the winter, or in the summer months, they have amazing hiking trails, outdoor lounge areas, picnic areas, playgrounds, basketball court, soccer field, and also access to Crowley Lake to canoe, kayak, stand-up paddleboard, or fish. And if you don't have your own equipment, they offer equipment rentals as well. So this is a photo of Onaping Lake taken, or Onaping Falls, sorry, taken at the A.Y. Jackson Lookout, which includes a 1-kilometer riverside trail and amazing views, especially in the fall when the leaves change color. This spot is named after A.Y. Jackson, one of the renowned Canadian Group of 7 artists who captured this amazing scenery in his artwork. So as I mentioned earlier, this is Science North, on Northern Ontario's most popular tourist attraction, and is the 2nd largest science center in Canada, and includes an IMAX theater, digital planetarium, butterfly gallery, and a variety of amazing exhibits, all located on the shore of Ramsey Lake. So here's a list of sports and hobby opportunities. We are home to the Sudbury Wolves hockey team, which is part of the Ontario Hockey League. This brings some high caliber hockey talent to our community, and the games are well attended by local fans. Also, we're home to the Sudbury 5 basketball team, which is part of the National Basketball League of Canada. Also, our municipality, through our leisure services division, offers a wide variety of programs and activities, including fitness classes, gymnastics, pools, public skating, shinny hockey, skating programs, ski and snowboard programs, taekwondo, walking programs, and yoga, just to name a few. There are also cricket, soccer, and baseball leagues in our community as well. So in terms of multiculturalism, the Bridge of Nations in our downtown core currently holds 89 flags representing countries and nations that make up the diverse heritage and culture of our community. Sudbury is also situated within traditional First Nations communities. We are the 3rd largest Francophone community outside of Quebec, and pride ourselves on our commitment to embracing multiculturalism. Now, in terms of healthcare, our Hospital Health Sciences North, or also known as HSN, is accessible from any part of the city. HSN is a regional referral center for all of Northeastern Ontario and is home to many specialists and doctors and provides healthcare services for a catchment area of almost 600,000 people across Northeastern Ontario. HSN also includes the Northeast Regional Cancer Center, Neo Kids and Family Program, which provides care for children, including a 22-bed birthing center, a 10-bed neonatal intensive care unit, and a children's treatment center. Also, we have the Northeast Specialized Geriatric Center, which helps seniors with complex health needs. Now, we have approximately 130 family physicians, several nurse practitioner-led clinics, and we're in about 10 walk-in clinics, all providing primary healthcare services for citizens of our community. Now, we have a number of post-secondary institutions in our community, including Cambrian College, Laurentian University, College Boreal, and the Northern Ontario School of Medicine, recently renamed Nossum University, which is Canada's first standalone medical university. The McEwen School of Architecture, which is part of Laurentian University, is the first new architecture school in Canada in more than 45 years. The unique architecture program highlights design and culture for Northern Ontario, furthering our community's well-rounded group of local professional services. And we also have NORCAT, which supports the needs of the local workforce and businesses by offering relevant training and safety courses. So in resources, the city of Greater Sudbury is the richest mining community in North America and among the top 10 mining communities worldwide. We're responsible for half of all mining production in Ontario, $5 billion in annual exports, driving our global reputation as a trusted supplier to the world's mining operations. Many of our firms have capabilities and reach well beyond mining, and along with a tight ecosystem of applied research and technology innovation, they now serve a broad array of clients. Also, we have 300 mining technology and service firms that are driving innovation, not just locally or regionally, but globally. These firms employ roughly 14,000 people with a broad background of trades. As this slide shows, we also have 9 operating mines, 2 mills, 2 smelters, and a nickel refinery. Greater Sudbury is leading the transition to a battery electric economy beyond mining and processing the critical minerals needed to produce batteries. We have a growing number of companies that are already manufacturing, retrofitting, and servicing a variety of battery electric vehicles for the mining industry and advancing the electrification of mining operations globally. We have also hosted 2 very successful BEV conferences here in Greater Sudbury. So here's a photo of Sudbury's iconic landmark, the Big Nickel, located at Dynamic Earth, which is an immersive, hands-on science center that features earth science and mining experience, including guided underground tours, multimedia theaters, engaging exhibits, and an outdoor science park. Dynamic Earth is actually the 8th largest science center in Canada as well. So I want to talk a bit about affordability and the cost of living in Greater Sudbury. There's a lot to see and do without having to spend money or very little money. This is another photo of a family enjoying their time at Kiwi Park. So the average house price in Greater Sudbury is approximately $492,000, while the average price in Ontario is at $910,000, and across Canada is $709,000. So as you can see, certainly home ownership is much more obtainable here in Greater Sudbury. Rents for a 1-bedroom apartment, they're about $1,400 to $1,500. For a 2-bedroom, the average monthly rent is about $1,800 to $1,900. We have short commute times across the community. I think the average commute time is about 10 to 15 minutes. And we also have public transit called GOVA Transit, and very reasonable, with monthly passes costing $88. So geographically, Greater Sudbury is spread out over 3,200 square kilometers, as I mentioned previously, versus Toronto at 630 square kilometers. So we're 5 times the size. This is actually a great representation of how large, and I know it's not coming up well. I guess when we transferred over to the PDF, so I do apologize, but you can kind of get an idea here of the layout of the city, and we've put in the different Southern Ontario municipalities within, and you can see they all fit within the boundaries of our city. So these links. So I encourage anyone looking for more information about living, working, and playing in Greater Sudbury to check out Hit Refresh. And I understand at the end of the presentation, if time permits, we'll be playing a video as well about Greater Sudbury. So I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Alex Ross, who's going to focus on the economic diversity, workforce, and the RNIP program.
Thanks very much, Ryan, and great overview of the Greater Sudbury community and what it has to offer. And I just want to echo Ryan's comments. Thank you to the G-TAC team for inviting us today. So I believe I just need to make sure I have access. So let me see if I can switch the slides here.
Please wait a moment. I transfer the remote control to Alex. Okay, wait a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right now you can try to click your mouse and try.
Perfect. Looks like it's working. That's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely think we'll have time to display that video at the end as well. And I do want to talk a little bit about economic diversity. So for more than 100 years, as Ryan had touched on briefly, our economy has been rooted in the mining sector. But Greater Sudbury is also an example of resilience and adaptability. So there's been continued efforts over the years to diversify the economy. And Greater Sudbury is now the primary service hub for Northern Ontario. So residents come from all across the region to access things like healthcare, education, retail, business services, arts, and entertainment. And also that includes, I think Ryan mentioned the mining, supply, and services industry. So that includes 300 firms, $4 billion in annual exports, and about 12 to 14,000 people employed in that sector alone. This image here is an image of the owner of Flowsonics Medical, which developed a wireless wearable Doppler ultrasound system to support clinicians' decisions regarding fluid resuscitation and management. So it shows that some of the innovations in Greater Sudbury around the healthcare sector. Oops. To give you some more examples of how Greater Sudbury's economy has changed over the years, we've captured some of these here. So this includes the attraction of a Canada Revenue Tax Center in the 80s, as well as provincial government decentralization in the 80s as well, led to more regional government offices coming to Greater Sudbury, creating more opportunities in the public sector. We also have our own neutrino observatory, which is located deep underground in a previous mine. It's now called the Snow Lab. And that's one of, I think, only a few around the globe that exist around the globe in terms of neutrino observatories. Science North, which Ryan mentioned, opened up in the 80s, as well as Dynamic Earth in the 90s. Our own School of Medicine opened in 2005, and then the MacEwan School of Architecture in 2013. Greater Sudbury is also home to several different research organizations. So that includes research around occupational safety and health, of course, mining and mining exploration and innovation, and advanced technology. And in terms of tourism, Greater Sudbury attracts more than 1 million visitors each year. And they spend upwards of about $200 million in our community on things like food, accommodations, attractions, and shopping. Okay, I want to give an overview of the differences in Greater Sudbury and the opportunities in employment, and a breakdown by industry and how that compares to Ontario as a whole. So, for example, we can see here that in Greater Sudbury, the mining industry comprises of 9.21% of employment by industry, compared to only 0.48% at the Ontario level. So definitely a lot of opportunities in mining and related industries, but also a lot of opportunity in other industries such as healthcare and social assistance. As you can see here, that comprises 15% of the employment by industry compared to only 11.97% in Ontario. And then also higher proportions of employment in other areas, including construction, education, and public administration as well. In terms of workforce recruitment, in terms of employment by occupation, you can see here that there's much higher proportion of employment for natural resources, agriculture, and related occupations, as well as occupations in trades, skilled trades, transport, and equipment operators. And I'll go over that in a little bit more detail shortly. You can also see higher proportion of employment for occupations in healthcare, as well as business, finance, and administration. Okay, and in terms of workforce recruitment, there's definitely a lot of opportunities in Greater Sudbury. Our unemployment rate in August 2023 was 4.7% in Sudbury, and that compares to 5.6% in Ontario and 5.3% across Canada. So, we've consistently had a lower unemployment rate in Sudbury for the last 3 to 5 years when compared to Ontario and Canada, and definitely means different opportunities for newcomers to Sudbury. This includes several opportunities in the areas of mining and skilled trades. Just to list a few occupations that come up quite a bit in Sudbury, AZ, DZ drivers, carpenters, HVAC technicians, gas technicians, heavy duty equipment mechanics, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, gas fitters, pipe fitters, etc., electricians, but also opportunities in engineering, so that includes all of the areas of engineering, mechanical, civil, electrical, mining, and chemical. A lot of opportunities for IT based on innovation in the mining sector, for example, computer engineers, geologists, etc. So definitely a wide array of different opportunities in mining and supply and services and skilled trades, as well as other sectors. And when we focus on trades in Greater Sudbury, I wanted to highlight this slide first, which shows the top paying trades in Ontario. I think many folks don't realize the opportunities in skilled trades in Canada in general. This slide shows the breakdown of those average incomes for several different skilled trades in Ontario. These figures are all higher than average salaries in general in Ontario, which are in the low $50,000 range. So definitely would encourage folks to consider the trades in Sudbury, and based on the many opportunities and the high annual incomes that folks can earn in these careers. And when we look at skilled trades growth in Greater Sudbury, there's actually a higher projected forecasted growth compared to Ontario, Canada, and Toronto. And wages pay on average higher in Greater Sudbury compared to Ontario, Canada, and Toronto. So that includes $26.67 an hour on average in Greater Sudbury, compared to lower wages of $25.65 in Ontario and actually $25.91 in Toronto, which may be surprising. A lot of folks might think that if they move to the larger cities, they'll earn more money, but that's definitely not always the case. When we look at median hourly wages for specific skilled trades in Sudbury, so this looks at the northeast region of Ontario, which includes Greater Sudbury. Heavy equipment mechanics, for example, pay among the highest compared to Toronto, Ontario, and Canada. So $35 an hour you can earn in Greater Sudbury compared to about $30 an hour in Toronto. Welders and millwrights as well pay higher than the other comparator regions. And then for other occupations like carpenters, plumbers, and electricians, they pay about the same or slightly more in Greater Sudbury and Northeastern Ontario. When we dig a little bit deeper and look at highest salary differences when you compare Sudbury to Ontario, you could see many opportunities here, a lot of them in skilled trades, construction, engineering, and so I've bolded a few of them here, but you could see pretty significant differences. So around like $35,000 a year difference. For example, if you were to work in Sudbury compared to Ontario on average, that makes a very significant difference when you look at affordability, like Ryan had mentioned, average cost of housing in Sudbury, things like that, and has an impact on quality of life when you include things like commute times, which are only maybe 15 minutes in Greater Sudbury. Some of the fastest growing skilled trades in Greater Sudbury include maintenance and equipment operation trades, transport and heavy equipment operations trades, as well as industrial, electrical, and construction trades, and trades helper positions. And you can see the median hourly wages there and the projected growth over the next 5 years, or 6 years, sorry. Okay, so I also wanted to touch on the Rural and Northern Immigration Pilot Program in Sudbury. So the RNIP program is a 5-year pilot program. It's an economic immigration program aimed at fostering long-term retention in the greater Sudbury community. And it's available for 10 other communities across Canada, including the 4 other cities in Northern Ontario. So that includes Timmins, North Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, and Thunder Bay. This is a permanent residence program, and it's designed to spread the benefits of economic immigration to smaller and rural and northern communities. And it's an additional pathway to Canada, among other options. So some of the main PR pathways, such as Express Entry and the OINP program. This program's in place until February 2024. We are hopeful that it will be extended after that point, but we don't have any news on that yet. But it's definitely been a success in Greater Sudbury. And just to give you a sense of some of the requirements of the program. So for employers, they must be offering a full-time and permanent job offer within an appropriate wage range. So each occupation has its own wage range. And also must confirm that Canadian citizens and permanent residents were considered first for the job. So that includes providing some basic information on where the job was posted and so on. For the candidate requirements, candidates must meet education, language, work experience, and settlement fund requirements. These requirements depend on the skill level of the job offer that's being offered to the candidate. So work experience, for example, if you have a job offer in a management level position, you'd have to demonstrate work experience in about a management level position as well. And language skills requirements, they increase based on if it's a higher skill level of the job being offered. And then, of course, very, very importantly, the candidate must demonstrate an intention to reside in Sudbury over the long term. And that's demonstrated through a 500-word letter of intent that candidates submit as part of their complete application. So applications are submitted through our online platform, SurveyMonkey Apply. We do have a link in here as well. So I think that this may be circulated after the presentation, so that's completely fine. And you can also pre-screen yourself to just see if you're eligible for the program by using this link here. Draws are conducted on a monthly basis and will be conducted up until the last draw will be, the last day that we're receiving applications is February 1st, 2024. The highest scoring candidates are drawn. So candidates do complete an assessment form as part of their application. And depending on how high they score on the assessment form would depend on whether a candidate is drawn through the monthly draw process. And then we have a committee that reviews and recommends selected candidates or may request further information or request an interview. But upon approval, once the committee reviews and approves the candidate can then apply for permanent residency with the federal government. The processing time for PR takes about 12 months to process with IRCC. But in the meantime, candidates can also apply for an LMIA exempt work permit, so the employer does not have to go through the labor market impact assessment process, and that can take about 5 or 6 months to process. So they can come here and work in the meantime while their PR application is being processed. Okay, to give you an update for the 2023 year for the RNIP program in Sudbury. So far, 298 candidates have been approved through the program. It's been extended, as I mentioned, until February 2024. And in the final year, the emphasis is on mining and mining supply and services, as well as skilled trades occupations and healthcare occupations. And more information can be found through that link that I provided that will direct you on how to submit a complete application for the RNIP program, as well as to screen yourself to determine if you're eligible. To give you a sense of recommendations that have been issued through the RNIP program by industry, You can see here a lot of recommendations issued in the mining and mining supply and services sectors. That includes mining, construction, manufacturing, transportation and warehousing, as well as professional, scientific and technical services. And that includes engineering, for example, as well as the second highest category would include healthcare and social assistance occupations. That covers occupations such as registered nurses, RPNs, personal support workers, early childhood educators, and so on. Okay, so that is it for my section of the presentation. I hope you enjoyed learning more about the city of Greater Sudbury. And as Ryan said, we're more than happy. I think there's time to share that video, Jay, if you're able to commence that on your end. But yeah, thank you very much for listening, and thanks again for the opportunity. And just end the presentation here with an aerial shot of Ramsey Lake, which Ryan talked about, the yacht club and the canoe club, as well as Health Sciences North and Science North, the tourist attraction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Ryan. And as you said, lots of time to continue the conversation. But first, I'll have my colleague Song give control to Alex or Ryan for the video. Ryan.
Give it to me if you don't mind.
Okay, so Song, can you?
Yes, yeah, Ryan, you can click the share screen to.
Share screen, yeah.
Perfect. And I'll just make sure share with sound. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'll play the video.
Okay.
Welcome. Ani bożoniczkę.
Bienvenue. Funyang.
Marhaban.
Benvenuti.
Spaghetti. Assalamu alaikum.
Ekabo.
Sudbury is a place to live.
It's definitely a very positive, warm kind of energy.
The people that greeted me, I was not expecting them to be so nice.
And everyone kind of cares about the other person.
They just talk to you, even if they don't know you. That was something which really made me appreciate what the place is all about.
Here is a more dynamic city.
You have access to everything here. Just the drive from Toronto to Sudbury was beautiful. So as soon as you see the Canadian Shield, it just hits you like, wow.
This is living in the urban city, and just open the door is nature.
If you're kind of the person who wants to enjoy the outdoor activities, this is where you want to be. The thing with Sudbury is it has almost all the amenities that a big city has. Sudbury is a big mining hub. So many opportunities when it comes to development of technology.
We have a very good healthcare research center with high education.
Definitely Sudbury, I would say, is a place to raise a family.
We found this community is much safety and very nice people. And so my wife and I started a family in Sudbury.
Sudbury has amazing job opportunities, a beautiful culture. It's a complete package.
People from different backgrounds and different cultures can come to Sudbury and contribute to the diverse city that it has become.
This is where I actually found the real Canadian people.
You will love this place and you will become one of the Sudburyans.
Okay, so
Thank you, Ryan. That was really a great video and a great segue into the question and answer period. So the conversation is going to continue with Ryan and Alex. I would like my colleague to bring back the PPT and give control to Ryan, just in case Ryan wants to go back to some slides that supports particular answers. Because I really commend Alex on how thorough the data was as to the labor market. Really impressed with what I saw. I mean, I was seeing, in my opinion, average salaries, as Alex said, basically above average compared to Ontario. Seems like there's a lot of opportunities for particular subsectors, which we're going to get into. When we combine these above average salaries with then what Ryan was saying, the below average cost of living, such as less than $1,500 Canadian for a 1-bedroom apartment, less than $2,000 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment. It really seems like the Greater Sudbury region is a good place to start your new life in Canada. Or even if you're someone who's been in Canada for a few years, opportunities abound in Sudbury. Start sending in your questions now through the chat function or through the Q&A function. Either one will suffice. I want to also mention the hit refresh sudbury.ca hyperlink that Alex shared. He could also share that again to make sure it pops up, because yes, Song, what?
Yeah, Ryan can control the slides, so and you can change the slides what you want.
Okay. Thank you very much, Song. So why don't I shoot a question to Ryan then, because he touched upon this earlier on. As a Canadian citizen, I'm certainly familiar with Sudbury being a global mining hub, but maybe my concept is outdated, not my concept, but my understanding of the sector, because Ryan talked about the ecosystem, technology and innovation being a new component to the mining sector, because what that relates to is roles and opportunities for a career path within mining, as opposed to, once again, my lack, you only sometimes think about jobs in the field, so to speak, but that maybe my knowledge is outdated. So Ryan, can we talk about, you did talk about Sudbury being a global mining hub, but as I mentioned, you talked about how technology and innovation is quickly becoming a component to that sector and employment opportunities. You're muted, Ryan, but please take it away.
Yes, so thank you. So absolutely. So, with our history of hard rock mining and such, and over time, there's been a creation, as I mentioned, 300 plus mining and mining service supply companies. Now, many of these companies are creating cutting edge technologies and equipment to make mining more efficient, more safer, and such. And they're not just being deployed here locally, but globally and worldwide. So to give you an example, there are firms that are creating software solutions to analyze data and analyze mineral samples and such. There is work being done for autonomous vehicles and remote controlled vehicles to allow individuals, instead of operating a vehicle in a potentially hazardous area, is able to now remotely control it from afar. So there's all these technologies that are being developed to IT roles, software developers, engineering roles, and so on. So those companies are really taking mining to the next level, and using the skill sets and the knowledge of hard rock mining that we've gathered locally, and are now making product and selling that product, either it be equipment, experience, knowledge, and or software solutions.
Thank you, Ryan. And to peruse some of those new opportunities in the sector, would the hit refresh sudbury.ca be a good starting point to navigate some of the opportunities?
That is absolutely a good starting point. I know Alex had shared the hyperlink directly to Find Your Perfect Job, and we have a wide variety of roles on there. It's not fully exhaustive in terms of all the roles in our community, but it's certainly a good start. There's also a contact us form. If anyone that has more questions or wants more information, they can certainly reach out to us. Our contact information is on the website, and certainly reach out to ask those questions as well, should they not be able to find it on the website.
Yeah, and I'll also, I'm just going to jump in and suggest, I'm going to send a link for Mine Connect. They're an industry association that represents many mining supply and services organization or companies in Greater Sudbury. But like Ryan mentioned, just tons of opportunities there. Opportunities in like machine learning and advanced AI and things like that around health and safety and gas monitoring and different things like that. So it's really quite interesting.
That is really quite interesting. And it just had me thinking about, well, certain specific certifications or licensures that would be relevant to certain roles, but would perhaps also be relevant to Canada in general. Like as some Alex and Ryan, we know like there's a PANG certification and some overseas engineer don't have that, and then they have to pursue it sometimes. So I mean, are there resources to navigate or a list or like a library of some certifications that help a newcomer enter the mining or the mining sector, in terms of like they might have the background right on their CV in the field or in the office, but are there unfortunately sometimes barriers to entry from a certification standpoint, and how can they be pursued or recognized?
Yeah, for sure. That's a great question. And I know that there's been some work underway in the last year or two on that for different international credential recognition and trying to make that process easier. And as you mentioned, Jay, it's really dependent on each occupation. PEng is one of them, and then for skilled trades, it's an entirely different process. So I could certainly look into that and share that. I know that Skilled Trades Ontario has a detailed and well laid out process for how to get that credential recognition for becoming a certified skilled tradesperson in Ontario. And I'll send that link as well. But yeah, absolutely. I think, and like at the end of the day too, we'd encourage folks to just reach out to us. And Ryan and I will share the link through Hit Refresh on how they can do that. Because sometimes it depends on the employer. Sometimes that could not be a barrier, or perhaps they can hire them under a different capacity until they get their credentials recognized and become a fully certified in their occupation of choice. So we'll send that, because there might be information we notice on the resume that we can help to share and get that word out to employers as well.
Thank you, Alex. And either Alex or Ryan has control of the screens, because you said they also contact us. So feel free to go to your call to action as to how they can connect with Ryan or Alex beyond the hitrefreshsudbury.ca resource. Let's continue on with other questions though, and dig into other subsectors. For example, Alex stated that healthcare and social assistance accounts for 12.5% of the labor market, if I remember correctly, because I made a note. And we have a question or a comment from Damilola, whom is in Ottawa. So, certainly we have people moving to sometimes Sudbury, the gateway to the north, and a robust community. Damilola, she states that she's looking for a permanent job in a few fields, admin, but one of them being social work. And Alex mentioned social assistance and healthcare being 12.5% of the labor market in the greater Sudbury region. So do you see persons like Damilola relocating from other parts of Ontario or even Canada to enter the social work field, or sometimes there's less barriers to entry to being a PSW. I'm being a bit generalized here, but I think you understand. Damilola is in Ottawa and looking for opportunities in social work or social admin. Could either Alex or Ryan elaborate a little bit on this type of question?
Sure. Yeah, I'll start, and I might pass it over to Ryan as well. Like I mentioned, in Greater Sudbury, there's definitely that higher proportion of employment in healthcare and social assistance, but also in the public sector as well. And that could lead to opportunities in social work as well, because like I said, we're kind of like a regional hub for Northern Ontario. So sometimes there's those occupations in the public sector that would be really very closely related to this individual's experience. So I'd say absolutely, I think there's opportunity. We also have, as Ryan mentioned, our hospital, which serves the entire region. And there are jobs that come up in social work through the hospital as well. And then, like you said as well, like PSWs, huge need for for those workers as well, and RPNs, RNs, early childhood educators as well. We're seeing significant need, yeah. So I'll pass it over to you, Ryan, too, just based on your experience in the healthcare sector.
Yeah, well, one thing I can say certainly, and just kind of reinforce what Alex just stated, the hospital, Health Sciences North, a very large center, covers regionally, not just locally, with almost 600,000 people within the catchment area. But their jobs, so through our Hit Refresh webpage, Find the Perfect Job, there's a direct link to the career page at Health Sciences North. And I know that they update their jobs, I think it's every Tuesday or Thursday, and there's a wide variety of roles that come up and such. There's several pages of opportunities within the hospital setting. But yes, certainly to speak to Alex's comments, certainly opportunities within social services and so on, social worker, PSWs, a significant need, and other allied health professionals locally. So, certainly if anybody is looking for those opportunities, like I said, certainly take a look at our Hit Refresh website, go through the links, and also if you want, reach out to us. And I did share the hyperlink to the contact form to contact us as well. So
thank you, Ryan. So let's switch gears a little bit and go back to the RNIP conversation, because Alex was throwing around some acronyms that I don't think everyone knows, which and we have a diverse group of friends here this morning. I mean, we have some people like Damilola that are in Ottawa, Canadian citizens and permanent residents, but we have some friends overseas that are looking for opportunities in Canada in terms of immigration. We have some people that are already probably have their PR, but I mean, Alex, I understand the RNIP is essentially employer-led, but you can convey on behalf of yourself and Greater Sudbury. I think we could do a little bit of a review as to like expectations, how it works. I think, and you mentioned the IRCC, which not everyone even knows probably what you meant, meaning the federal government of Canada. So can we do a little bit of a review? It's such a great program. You said that 298 candidates have been approved thus far in 2023, particularly I believe in 2 subsectors, but it seems to have been a success, and the program is still open until 2024 sometime, I believe. But I'll let you review a little bit more once again, because it's a great opportunity for some of our friends during the expo today and tomorrow that are looking for opportunities in Greater Sudbury region in terms of immigration pathways.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that question. So, and I apologize for the acronyms. I work in it day in and day out, so I will take a step back and go over this one in more detail too. So, the Rural and Northern Immigration Pilot Program, it's more candidate led. So the employers, of course, are a big component of the program, because candidates have to have a job offer in order to meet the qualifications for this program, the eligibility requirements. So what happens typically, if someone wanted to move to Canada, they may come here first as a temporary resident. So either under a work permit or a study permit, for example, or even a visitor permit. Someone might come here on a visitor permit, and then because they're considered a temporary resident, they'd have to renew their permit, right? So if they came as a temporary worker, you may have a 1-year work permit, and then you'd have to renew your work permit after that period of time. If you came here as a student under a study permit, you may study for 2 or 3 years, graduate, and then you may be eligible for a post-graduation work permit, which would allow you to work for up to about 3 years. And then after that period of time, you'd either have to renew your work permit or return home. So the RNIP program, the Rural Northern Immigration Pilot, is a permanent residence program. So if you're approved through this program, you would basically become a permanent resident of Canada, and you would no longer have to worry about the temporary obtaining a work permit over and over again, or a study permit, and so on. And it's through IRCC, which is Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. So IRCC are the ones, the federal government, which reviews and approves work permits and study permits and permanent residence applications and so on. So this program is in place until accepting applications until February 2024. It's been in place for almost 5 years now, and it has been a success. I mean, like I mentioned, in Sudbury alone in 2023, we've had 298 people come through the program. When you include family members of the folks, the primary applicants that apply, it's about double that number. So about 600 new residents to Sudbury just in this year alone, and that's in counting. We're taking about 50 to 80 applications a month and bringing them forward to our committee. So it's a really great program, and like I mentioned, it's really focused on certain there's certain different occupations where candidates can claim more points, which would help to prioritize them through the draw system. So it's similar to the federal government's express entry program, which is the main pathway that candidates would apply for permanent residence through. There is a pool and a draw system in express entry as well. And so this is we have a similar draw system in place where anyone can apply to the program, but those that have the highest points in the program would be selected just because the program is competitive. So we conduct draws on a monthly basis and bring candidates forward. I hope that gives an overview, but I'm open to any other questions on the program as well.
A follow-up question would be, is there somewhere on the Hit Refresh website or the Greater Sudbury website where our friends this morning can continue on educating themselves about the RNIP program? Because for example, you said certain professions get higher points than others. I'd be curious, well, what those professions are. I'd like to measure myself against those professions if I was someone watching you live right now. So I know it's great that they could perhaps connect with Alex or Ryan, but is there an online resource? Because this is it's a medium-term conversation, right? Pathways to immigration via the RNIP program. So how can our friends educate themselves, beyond today and tomorrow, of course, going to the Greater Sudbury booth in the G-TAC Expo, but is there an online resource, Alex?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm sending 2 links over. The first link is to our webpage that gives an overview of the RNIP program in Sudbury. And then the second page gives a link on how folks can apply to the program. Through that link, they can also pre-screen themselves and see if they're eligible for the program based on the federal requirements. And then it also provides the assessment form as well, where folks can see the occupations that are prioritized to the program, where they can claim more points through. To give you a general overview, that includes any occupation in skilled trades, occupations as an RPN, RN, so registered practical nurse, registered nurse, personal support worker, PSW, early childhood educators. Transport truck drivers are also on the priority list. So there's certain occupations, but then there's also industries in general. So, maybe you don't have a job offer as a skilled tradesperson, but you have a job offer in the mining, supply and services industry, like Ryan mentioned, in the innovation sector and mining. So it could be an IT position in the mining, supply and service sector. That would be a priority industry and also allow you to claim more points on your application, and would help to bring your application close to the top of the pool.
Wonderful. Thank you for further sharing the relevant resources, application page, et cetera, regarding the RNIP program. We've shared the resources for some of our friends to follow up on that. Ryan, I wanted to state a question from Jay Papa, because Jay is actually currently in Sudbury. So this is really cool. We have a job seeker in Sudbury live at this exact moment, connecting with Ryan and Alex of Greater Sudbury with G-TAC here in the middle. So, Jay is looking for opportunity in IT services such as web development, software dev. I am currently in Sudbury, but I'm having difficulties finding any opportunities in such a sector. As Alex said, there's sometimes hidden IT jobs within mining. I'm even learning that today, or other subsectors. So I really hope that Jay can be supported by Ryan, Alex, Greater Sudbury as an agency, because this is live at this exact moment. So Ryan, what do you have to say?
So I saw that question actually come up in the chat, and I did respond. I sent 2 links actually. One was to Hardline Solutions. They have a number of software developer positions right now, and Symboticware as well. And both these companies are providing technologies linked to the mining sector, but once again, IT related. So, so that's just an example. Certainly, if Jay, is wanting to to further discuss if you wanting to know if there's other opportunities, like I said, certainly would encourage him to reach out through our Hit Refresh website to me, and certainly can continue the conversation. But like I said, quickly, I just went on and just sent a couple of career pages of local employers that are within the IT field that are actively looking to fill roles.
Thank you. Very good to hear. One thing that Alex touched upon, I can let Ryan answer it because we didn't touch upon it much today. Alex, in passing, mentioned international students. So can we comment on, Ryan, like a pathway such as being an international student, then getting a work permit, then applying maybe to the RNIP program, or so? And generally speaking, is there a robust international student community? How does the education sector tie into starting a new life in Sudbury?
So I can start with the answer, and then I think I'm going to hand it over to Alex more about the pathway piece. So what I can say is that certainly within our post-secondaries, I know I pointed it out in one of the slides with Cambridge College, College Boreal, Laurentian University, all locally within Greater Sudbury. I know many have a very healthy international student group that they attract. I know that we've done presentations for some of the post-secondary institutions for their international recruiters and so on that attract learners from around the world to come here to Greater Sudbury to train at our post-secondary institutions. And I know we've participated as well in some of the international student orientation week events and such. So related to the pathways, I think I'm going to see if Alex can maybe talk about that part a little bit more. But like I said, what I want to say is certainly we have many international students that are within our post-secondaries here in Greater Sudbury.
Yeah, for sure. I can touch on that. So I'll definitely say like a large portion of folks that are applying through the Rural and Northern Immigration Pilot Program are recent graduates, international student graduates from one of our post-secondary institutions. So, and part of the reason is that there's a work experience requirement as part of our program. Now that requirement is exempt for folks that study at least a 2-year program at a public post-secondary institution in Sudbury. So if they complete a two-year diploma in a college diploma, for example, they would be exempt from having to demonstrate the work experience requirement as part of the Rural and Northern Immigration Pilot Program. And we definitely, we have a great international student base, as Ryan mentioned. There's a lot of options for a student as well, a really diverse in terms of food options and different ethnic restaurants and things like that. And we've had a lot more of that in the last 5 years. So it's really great to see that. And I think definitely a draw for international students in general too.
Thank you. I'm glad we touched upon that. So I'll ask Alex or Ryan, whoever has control, to go to your call to action slide. It's now time for final words on behalf of Greater Sudbury. But of course, the conversation can continue with Alex and Ryan at the Greater Sudbury booth over the coming 2 days. There's been a lot of resources shared by Alex in the chat for our guests and friends to continue their own journey and their own self-education. Alex or Ryan, please have final words on behalf of yourself and Greater Sudbury. It's been a pleasure having you, and a lot of opportunities abound in Greater Sudbury.
Well, I can start like I started off the conversation. We really do appreciate this opportunity to be part of Discover Canada's presentations today, and I certainly want to thank everybody who participated in this conversation and listened to our presentation about why Greater Sudbury is the best place to live, work, and play. And you know, certainly hope that you do take a look at our website, hit refresh, greatersudbury.ca, and do reach out to us with any questions and such. And we're happy to help and such. And hopefully we see you come to Greater Sudbury.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Alex. We'll take 1 minute commercial break, and then we'll be joined by Rachel and Raluca from YMCA Next Up Canada in Toronto. And we hope you connect with Alex and Ryan today or tomorrow at the Greater Sudbury booth in the Expo. See you guys another time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unlock the door for your bright future, presenting the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, just for you. This is your chance to access a national event, connecting you to job opportunities from coast to coast. Your dream job might be just a click away. Say goodbye to long waiting times. At the National Virtual Career Expo, you can talk directly to recruiters in real time, making job applications and networking effortless and efficient. Stay ahead of the curve with our live channels. Tune into 14 presentations by subject matter experts, gaining valuable insights into the labor market, skills and demand, and your career growth opportunities. Unleash your potential, embrace your future. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo and unlock the doors to your bright future. Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, your pathway into a world of opportunities. Why wait? Register now.
Okay, I hope everyone took a quick break. And we will continue on with the Discover Canada live channel this morning. We're going to go from Sudbury to Toronto, and we're joined by Raluca Costia and Rachel Hua of YMCA Career Travel Services, specifically the YMCA Next Up Canada program, as well as the YMCA Newcomer Information Center out of, once again, the YMCA G-TAC. Great to have YMCA back. Good morning, Rachel. Good morning, Raluca.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are things in Toronto this morning?
It's a beautiful day today.
Yes, indeed.
Awesome. Great to hear. So we'll be hearing from Rachel and Raluca as to how Next Up Canada can help you get ready for your new life in Canada, because we have a diverse group of friends and guests this morning, some of which are overseas and need to connect with people like Rachel and Raluca. There's also newcomers landed in Ontario that could probably have faster career success from other YMCA professional career development services. So once again, to set expectations, Rachel and Raluca will be speaking on behalf of themselves and YMCA out of Toronto. And you guys will then be able to send in your questions through the chat function when Rachel and Raluca decide it's time to have a question and answer period, so the conversation can continue and be more interactive. So to my colleague, I'd like you to bring up the YMCA PPT, please. And we'll give control to Rachel first or Raluca?
I will be controlling the slides throughout the presentation. Yeah.
Nice and simple. So let's give control to Raluca, sorry, to Rachel Hua. And I'll make sure that Rachel has control and can move with her mouse or her keyboard before I sign off.
Yeah.
Great. So Rachel, thank you very much. You have control. And we look forward to hearing how YMCA can help persons in their career and new life in Canada or Ontario, Toronto. Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Thank you for the introduction. So, hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to our live presentation, Getting Ready for Your New Life in Canada, presented by the Immigrant Services at the YMCA of Greater Toronto. So before we begin the presentation, we would like to just briefly introduce ourselves. So my name is Rachel. I'm the Outreach and Community Relations Team Leader at Next Stop Canada. I initially came to Canada in 2004 as an international student, and I stayed here since. So I joined Next Stop Canada 4 years ago, and it is my pleasure today to be here to share my knowledge and experience with you. So Raluca, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm the Outreach and Community Relations Coordinator for Newcomer Information Center, as well under YMCA. I moved to Canada 5 years ago, and I've been working with YMCA since 2019, 4 years ago. Yeah, I started. And yes, I enjoy this role, and I enjoy helping newcomers to guide them and to provide informations, because I know it's hard at the beginning when you start your new life here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, okay. In today's presentation, we will first go over some of the official documents you might want to gather and carry with you when you're coming to Canada. Then we will look at the importance for learning or improving your English or French. After that, we will talk about how to plan your accommodation and prepare to find employment in Canada. We will also briefly touch on education system in Canada, then move on to some resources and tips on how you can find information about your destination city or province. Okay, so let's start with gathering official documents. So it's important to make sure that you bring with you to Canada all the documents that you and your family might need, because realistically, it can be very difficult to obtain any documents from your home country after you move to Canada. So please take your time to gather them before leaving for Canada. Another thing you might need to do while you're putting all the documents together is to get them translated into either English or French, depending on your destination province, if your documents is not already in English or French. So make sure to get a certified translation, which means you need to choose a reputable translation agency, and the translator should provide you with an affidavit. Also make sure to record the name and contact information of the agency providing the translation service in case you need it after you come to Canada. You should also keep the original versions of your documents with you. So if any of your family members are moving to Canada at a later date, it's recommended to bring copies of their documents with you in case you need them for any reason prior to their arrival. Make sure to bring the copies, not the original documents, because they will need the original documents with them. Okay. So now you might wonder what documents you might need to gather and bring to Canada. So we have this list you can see on your screens. This is just in general. So you should bring birth certificate, baptismal certificate, or any other religious certificates that you might have. If it applies to you, you may want to bring a marriage certificate, adoption certificate, separation or divorce certificate, or death certificate for a deceased spouse. Trade or professional certificates and licenses will be useful when you're applying for your professional certification in Canada, as well as educational credential assessment reports, school transcripts, diplomas, or degrees. You should also bring reference letters from former employers because it's a lot easier to contact them while you're still in the country rather than from overseas after you're in Canada. Driver's license, including international driving permit and driving record, are important because when you're applying for your driver's license here in Canada, you may show these documents as proof of your driving experience, and you may save time in getting a Canadian driver's license. If you have children, make sure to bring their immunization or vaccination records, as they're usually mandatory when enrolling in schools. So these documents the documents that you might need to bring to Canada are not limited to this list. This is just for your reference. So my suggestion would be, if you're not sure if a document is important or not, or if you will need it in the future, just bring it with you anyways, just in case. Okay, now let's move on to talk a little bit about learning or improving your English or French. So as you know, English and French are the two official languages of Canada. So by law, the federal government must provide services throughout Canada in both English and French. So being able to speak English and French is absolutely essential for your day-to-day living in Canada. We know it takes time, energy, and commitment to improve your language skills, but communication skills is one of the crucial factors that will help you successfully settle in Canada and find a satisfying job. So if you have limited ability in either English or French, you should consider improving your language skills before coming to Canada. So you might wonder which language you should learn or improve. Generally speaking, English is more commonly spoken in most provinces and territories, while French is the primary language spoken in Quebec. But with Canada being a bilingual country, there are also well-established French-speaking communities in English-speaking provinces across Canada. So you should research on based on where you will be moving to see which language is used more in the region and to improve that language. Okay. Now moving on to planning your accommodation. So as of today, there is no quarantine requirement for people entering Canada, but please check the government website regularly for most up-to-date information, because we never know, it might change in the future, it might not. So it's best to double check for official information before you plan your arrival in Canada. A lot of newcomers find that securing long-term accommodation before coming to Canada is extremely challenging, which is why many of them would obtain short-term accommodation first before coming to Canada, and then look for long-term accommodation after they arrive. It's also safer and more secure to do it this way, because you get to meet your landlord and see the place in person before you sign the contract and pay the deposit, right? So for short-term accommodation, you could make arrangements to stay with family or friends for your first days in Canada. If that's not an option for you, you might want to search for a hotel or Airbnb in a convenient location where you can easily access food and other necessities. For long-term accommodation, it would require more research. First, you should find out which area you want to live in, and then research on the housing options available in those areas. So Canada has many different types of housing options, such as condos, apartments, townhouse, detached homes, etc. it's important to understand the options you have and decide based on your needs and circumstances. So when you're renting or leasing a place to live in Canada, your landlord will ask you for a number of documents to make sure that you are able to pay and will pay the rent. So make sure to be prepared and gather those documents in advance. And finally, please do your research and know your rights. So depending on the country where you come from, the policies about renting or the roles of the landlord can be completely different from Canada. For example, in some countries, it's totally okay for a landlord to ask potential tenants about their, for example, immigration status or religion. However, here in Canada, it's illegal for a landlord to ask those type of questions. So your rights as a tenant are protected, and it's important for you to know your rights so you won't be taken advantage of. Okay, so now I will pass the floor to Raluca, and she will continue with some tips and resources for finding housing.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, so let's keep going. Here are some tips and resources on housing. When booking for a short-term rental accommodation, try to book your hotel on or Airbnb at least several weeks before flying to Canada. By booking in advance, you will likely save money and have a better chance of finding available rooms. To help you choose, most hotels have websites with prices, photos, a location map, and a description of the services they offer. And you can also find on third-party websites like hotels.com or booking.com. Now, when it comes to what support is available when looking for a place to live, the first one on the list is using a real estate agent when looking to rent or why not buy a long-term accommodation. It is important to know that as a tenant or buyer, hiring a real estate agent is free of charge. A real estate agent will help you look for suitable accommodation based on your budget, type of house, and preferred locations. The real estate agent gets paid by the owner or landlord of the property when you decide to rent or buy it, so make sure to take advantage of this service. And for this, you can use realtor.ca to find the registered real estate agent. What you can also use is the pre-arrival programs like Next Up Canada or post-arrival programs like NIC, Newcomer Information Center, for housing resources and referrals. And we will cover these programs a little bit later so that you can have a better understanding on how we can help. Lastly, as mentioned before, it's very important to know your rights and responsibilities as tenant, and also other information related to housing. So for this, you can visit the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation website for a range of useful resources on that. If we can go next. Perfect. Now we're moving forward on how to prepare to find employment. Newcomers have a wealth of international experience and skills that are highly valuable in the Canadian labor market. However, they often face a number of barriers to finding employment. For many newcomers, the first job in Canada may not be the most satisfying, but please keep in mind that it can take time to build your qualifications and gain Canadian experience before finding a job that matches your qualification and expectations. Being accepted to immigrate to Canada doesn't mean that your education, work experience, and professional qualification will automatically be recognized in Canada. There is a process you have to follow to prove that the education and training you have in another country are equivalent to the standards in the Canadian labor market. Lastly, you need to take some time to learn about the job search and application process in Canada, as you might find it very different from your home country. Yeah. And here are some of the things that you can do before you arrive in Canada, so you can prepare. You can gather all your educational diplomas and certificates and get reference letters from your past employers. And as mentioned before, if these documents are not in English or French already, they should be translated into English or French. I know that Rachel covered this in the first or second slide. You can also research and learn how you can get your educational and professional qualifications officially recognized in Canada and begin this process if possible. As a part of this, you should also find out if your profession is regulated in Canada. The regulated occupation can be found in industries such as healthcare, engineering, and skilled trades. They have set standards on how profession could be practiced and require certificate or license. Standards can be different in different provinces or territories across Canada. However, the most jobs in Canada are non-regulated occupations that don't require a license or certificate. In these professions, requirements are usually set by employers in their job postings, so make sure to show them you meet the requirements for the job in your job applications. And again, we suggest you to take time to learn about the labor market, the job search application process in Canada, and you can access the free pre and post-arrival services and resources to help you with your job search. Next, let's talk a little bit about the education system. If you have school-aged children, or if you plan to continue your own education, you can do some research on the education system before coming to Canada. Each province or territory governs public education in Canada, and the various English and French school boards are publicly funded. There are different schools for children of different ages, but all children must attend school between the ages 5 or 6 and 16 to 18 or 18, depending on which province or territory you live in. There may also be some private or religious schools in the area where you'll settle, and the same rules apply, but these schools could be outside of the public education system. For the most part, the education systems are similar across the country, but there are differences between provinces and territories. For this reason, the Ministry of Education in each province or territory should be your primary source of information on anything related to education. You can get all the reliable information from there. They all have their own websites that you can visit. You can learn about the education system specific to the province or territory you're going to move before you arrive here in Canada. Make sure to take notes of the deadlines for applying and registering for schools, colleges, and universities, so you won't miss any important dates. This is very important. Last but not least, for the post-secondary education, you should visit the website of the college or university for the most up-to-date information on admission, deadlines, or other details. Before you arrive in Canada, you should also learn about the province or territory and the city or town you will move to. do some research to learn about it. For example, you can learn about the transportation system, the demographics, the neighborhoods, recreation activities available in the area, and so much more. So that you will be mentally prepared for your new environment. All the provinces and most of the cities in Canada have their own official websites that include the services offered by the government, so that you can get all the reliable information from there. Just an idea, you can also use Street View in Google Maps to get the real feel of the streets, the houses, the neighborhoods in your destination city or town. You should also prepare yourself for the Canadian weather. The climate varies across the country. Again, you should do a bit of research on what you can expect in your destination city or town and prepare ahead. We would highly recommend using weather apps or websites such as Weather Network to check the weather in your destination area. In Canada, the weather changes quite a bit. For example, in spring between April and May, some days might be as cold as winter, but some days might be warm and you feel it's summer already. So make sure to check the weather forecast before arriving here, so you won't be surprised by the weather. It is also a good idea to bring some winter clothing with you. However, if you are from tropical countries, you might want to invest in good winter jackets. To make sure that you buy the right one, it is usually recommended to make this make this purchase in Canada, because the jackets here are made for the Canadian weather. Some jackets even come with the tags that tell you what temperature range they are suitable for. Lastly, you should consider researching the cost of living in the city or town you are going to for budgeting purposes and having your finances in order. So you know how much money you should bring with you to Canada to make sure it is enough for at least the first few months of living here. On your screens, there are two websites we use for information on the cost of living in the cities and towns across Canada, and even compare the cost of living in different places. They will give you an overview of the cost of rentals, groceries, transportation, and other necessities. So this is where our presentation concludes. Before we start the question and answer session, we will briefly go over our services, the Next Up Canada for post-arrival, pre-arrival services, and Newcomer Information Center for pre-arrival, post-arrival services. And having said this, I will invite Rachel back so she can introduce us to the pre-arrival services.
Thank you very much, Raluca. So yeah, like I introduced myself earlier, I'm the outreach and community relations team leader at Next Up Canada, which is the pre-arrival settlement services program at the YMCA of Greater Toronto. And we are fully funded by IRCC, so Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. So for those who don't know about what we do, Next Up Canada is a national online pre-arrival settlement services program. We are here to assist people who are already approved as PR to immigrate to Canada but have not landed yet. So our program provides information and referrals on various settlement topics, such as housing, education, health, employment, finance, and much more, to prepare newcomers even before they land in Canada. So our services are delivered in different formats. Just to give you an overview, we have live chat, which is available Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. EDT EST. You can chat with one of our information and referral specialists and get your questions answered right away. We provide personalized settlement plan, which includes settlement information according to your situation. We deliver live webinars every Wednesday and Thursday covering a variety of topics you may want to know before arriving in Canada. There are also a lot of online resources available on our platform, such as informational videos, blogs, and e-learning courses. If you have questions, but you don't feel like using the live chat, you have the option to leave your question in our topics forum, and one of our information referral specialists will answer your question within 48 hours. We also have the mentors forum. So we have mentors from different professional backgrounds. They're immigrants themselves and have successfully obtained jobs in their chosen professions. So if you're in the same or similar profession, you can connect with them and they will be more than happy to answer any employment-related questions. Last but not least, we have our very unique youth program. So this program is for youth aged 12 to 19. If you have children in this age range and you want them to connect with other newcomer youth to get advice on schools, volunteering, and etc., you can register them for our youth program. Okay, so to get started, simply visit nextstopcanada.ca to fill out the registration form. Once your registration is confirmed, you will receive an email with login instructions and another email from one of our information and referral specialists to get started on your personalized settlement plan. We are present on social media platforms. So we have a Facebook closed group that's exclusive for our Next Stop Canada clients. It's a great place for networking, sharing information and experience with other newcomers. We also have our public social media accounts. So you can follow us on Twitter, now it's called X, to get live updates about immigration and settlement. You can follow us on LinkedIn for professional networking and employment-related information. We also have our Facebook public page. So feel free to search Next Up Canada on those platforms and follow us. So yeah, now I will pass it back to Raluca and she will give you more information about the Newcomer Information Center.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Okay, so yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, I'm Raluca. I'm outreach coordinator for Newcomer Information Center, and this service is the post-arrival service that you can access after you land in Canada. If we can move on, okay, that's perfect. So a little bit about our program. We provide settlement information. We are funded by IRCC. And we provide information and referrals for newcomers so they can settle here more easily. As Rachel mentioned before, so the Next Up Canada is a pre-arrival program before you land in Canada, and we are the post-arrival. So we have the same focus to help newcomers to settle here. It's just a difference on when you can access it. Our referrals, as you can see, a short list on the screens. The referrals can be for employment services, for language training, volunteering, community and recreational programs, schools, education, training, and so much more. Everything that a newcomer might be interested in. If we can move on to the next page. Okay, perfect. What we offer a personalized settlement plan, as I mentioned before. So once you visit us, once you speak with one of our information and referral specialists, better said, because we have online program as well. They will provide you a settlement plan. It's personalized, exactly on your needs. With all the referrals that you need. We have the live chat, the same. Once you register with us, you can access the live chat. You can get in touch with one of our information and referral specialists. They are available every day from Monday to Friday from 9 to 5, and they will answer to your questions. We also have the information sessions or webinars, because the information sessions would be in person and the webinars online. We have guest speakers from different organizations. We will cover topics for newcomers with all the information you need, and it's not going to be it's going to be more on the subject, not very generalized. So you will get to ask questions. Sorry for that. So you will ask questions. We will respond at the end of the webinar or information sessions to all your questions, and we will give you more referrals if needed. We have as well the online resources. So all the first of all the webinars will be recorded. In case you will not be able to join our webinar, or in case you will not be able to join our webinar, you will be able to go back in your account and see the recording. Maybe it's very important. Maybe that webinar will not be next month. Some of the webinars will be monthly. Some of the webinars will be every probably 3 months or 4 months. It depends. So if that information is really helpful for you, you will go there and you will check the recording. Or why not just ask our information and referral specialists? They will provide you the information right away. We also have the forum, so you can ask questions in the forum. You can see other questions that the other newcomers posted there, and other answers, of course. We have as well the mentoring program, which is focused on job search, resume, customization, networking, and preparing you for the interview. And we have the community connections. Under the community connections, we have the English Conversation Circle, which you can join in person or online. We have in 2 of our libraries here in Toronto in person, and online you can join from any city you're located in. And you will get to interact with other newcomers to improve your English, to network, to learn other new things about Canada, and why not maybe becoming friends. Can we move on to the next page, Rachel? Okay, perfect. The eligibility for our services are the newcomers ages 17 and older. with the immigration status, permanent resident, conventional refugee, or protected persons, and QIED visa holders. I just want to mention that even if we have this eligibility, anyone can access our services. The resources and the referrals may not be that many as for a permanent resident, but we still find something in the community, a program, a service where we can refer you to, and it's free. So there should be some information, a piece of information that we can help you on. How we offer our services, we have the 3 options. So we have the in-person service. It's in Toronto. We are located in Toronto. We have 7 locations here. We have the virtual meetings as well, so you can book an appointment. You can have a meeting with one of our information and referral specialists online. And the online service, this is the self-registration. You can just go directly on our website. You can register and you will receive the information and get access to everything I mentioned before. So the chat, forum, information sessions, and community connections. Next, okay, perfect. This is these are the locations that we have in Toronto. Currently, there are 7 locations, but as I mentioned, if you are not in Toronto, if you are not located in Toronto, you can access our services by booking a virtual appointment or just register online. Okay, and okay, that's it. If you have questions, please feel free to type them in the chat and we will go over them and we will answer. And thank you for staying with us.
Thank you, Raluca and Rachel. And as Raluca said, now is the time to start sending in your questions to the YMCA team. Rachel, Raluca, we really covered a lot of ground there. So start sending in your questions.
Yeah, we tried to cover as much as we could, and for just 1 hour.
Yeah, we started off with some great aspects of a newcomer's journey. And then, of course, we got into specifically how various YMCA programs, such as Next Stop Canada or the Newcomer Information Center, can support a new Canadian in their new life in Toronto or elsewhere in Canada. So there's been some great questions already. So let's go back to some of those, the framework of, well, a new life in Canada. So Eliane asks, and I wrote it down because I can't find it anymore. I wrote it down. I believe it was Raluca that was talking about accommodation and short-term accommodation. So Eliane asked, well, how to find short-term accommodation if you don't have Canadian connections and you're not in Canada. So that's a very simple question, but it's a good question. How can you start your research for short-term accommodation if that was your advice, Raluca?
Of course, yeah. I believe I saw the question while Rachel was presenting. So yeah, I believe I covered a little bit on how to find the short-term accommodation, bookings.com or hotels.com. You will find there everything based on the location you're searching for. You'll see all the descriptions, what they offer, and so on. And as well, the Airbnb. That's where you can find. You need to compare them, see which one is better for you. Of course, both financially and what they can offer for you, and just choose one. But you need to take some time. It's not something that you will decide right away. So if you start today to search for accommodation, you will not find it today. Or if you can find it today, that would be great, but you need to take some time, compare them to see. So it will be really good for you financially in the first place.
Well, how much time then do you suggest to do your accommodation search?
I would say at least 1 month. So you can start 1 month ahead, and then you can, I guess in 1 month for sure you will find something. You can decide on something that it's good for you.
Thank you.
There are new. So for example, if you go, I mean not only on Airbnb, on everything. If you start today, tomorrow, and you find something, tomorrow or in few days you might find something else that is much better. So that's why it takes some time. Just you really need to give some time for this. Don't make a decision right away.
Yeah.
Great,
Sorry, I just
great.
want to quickly add to Raluca's answer. So yeah, try the hotels and the Airbnb, and also if you're eligible for pre-arrival services like us, just make sure you register. Make sure, because our service is national. We don't just provide information for the GTA or Toronto. We provide information for across Canada, and also we can provide you with information based on your needs. We can give you more information about how to find short-term housing or even long-term housing. So just make sure you use pre-arrival services like us. It's government funded, it's free for you, so why not? Yeah, and also, yeah, and also like Raluca said, it will take time. So like you will spend at least a few days to compare all the options you have before you make that decision. Yeah. So yeah.
So Rachel, because you have control of the screen, why don't we go back to the Next Up Canada pre-arrival services slide? Because Samantha asks, are YMCA services available in all provinces? I know that pre-arrival is even basically a global program. And then, of course, Raluca was then talking about landed post-arrival services in Toronto specifically. So I understand it is a bit confusing, potentially. So let's once again, Samantha's question: are YMCA services available in all provinces? I'll let you take it from there, Rachel.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So Next Up Canada is available for across Canada. So anywhere you plan to land in Canada, we can help you. For I believe for Newcomer Information Center, of course, because they have in-person service. So if you're not coming to Toronto, you cannot meet them in person. But they do have online services which they can help anywhere you go. So Raluca, you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so as Rachel mentioned, Next Up Canada, because it's pre-arrival, you can access it from outside of the country, right? And the Newcomer Information, because it's post-arrival, you can access it from Canada. And now, if it's online, you can access it from anywhere, any city, any province. If it's in person, it's going to be only in Toronto and GTA, in Ontario, in few cities. It's not everywhere. But I noticed that Samantha's question is a little bit general. I'm not sure if she refers exactly to our services, because YMCA is very big. It has many programs. And you might find the YMCA in your province or in your city, right? Because in province, for sure, you will find. You might find the YMCA in your city or town, but it might not have our programs that we spoke today about, okay? But you might find, you will see, oh, that's YMCA, but that
That's the logo.
YMCA might be, yeah, that YMCA might be a childcare, might be health and fitness, and or something else. But yes, if you're referring, Samantha, to only our programs that we discussed about today, you can access them from all provinces online. But in person, only Newcomer Information Center in Toronto and GTA. I hope I answered the question.
I think that was a good answer. And would the YMCA Next Up Canada team refer a client to a service provider in a city where you don't have the GTA post-settlement programs, but that person has now landed in Calgary and you have a reciprocal relationship with Immigrant Services Calgary, or etc., as Rachel knows what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Please elaborate.
Yeah, thank you, Jay, for the question. Yeah, we, like I said, because we're national service, so, and Newcomer Information Center mainly focusing on the GTA area. We do have a lot of post-arrival connections across Canada. Like, for example, I'll take your example. If someone's going to Calgary, we do have a referral partnership with, for example, the Immigrant Services Calgary. We have the agreement with them. So if the client give us consent, saying, oh, yes, please connect me with the post-arrival service in Calgary because I'm going there soon, we will connect you directly with our contact at the organization. So you will be welcomed, you will be helped right away as soon as you arrive. So you won't feel, there won't be any gap in the service transition from before you arrive and after you arrive. So yeah, thank you very much for the question.
Great question. Now, in the Next Up Canada services, you mentioned you said we provide a settlement plan. Is this a personalized settlement plan for that particular person, or is it just a general thing?
It's personalized. Well, there will be general information such as, for example, if someone's coming to Ontario, let's say, there will be general information for every settlement plan for Ontario, such as the OHIP, like how to get your health card, how to get your driver's license. That's general to the province. But there will also be personalized information. For example, if this person is an accountant, and apparently you need a license to work as a registered accountant in Ontario, then we will definitely add that information because this is this person's situation. So for every person, there will be general information and there will be personalized information in their settlement plan.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So Raluca talked about, she said that oftentimes newcomers, their first job in Canada is not the same as what they were doing in their home country as a professional, and that it takes time and effort and sometimes training and counseling to get to where you hope to be or where you were overseas in your previous country. So Alpha asks a question en français. Il y a des conseils pour changement de carrière, meaning, is there counseling for career change? Because sometimes, once again, newcomers change careers or do different work at the outset, as Raluca mentioned. So if Alpha was a client or friend to IMCA, whether pre-arrival services or the Newcomer Information Center, is career change something, Raluca, that you support and help newcomers navigate? A change of careers?
Of course, we can help. As I mentioned, we help with information and referrals, so we can provide the information they need to change their careers, and as well to connect them with employment services. We have employment services under YMCA, or there are many other organizations, other employment services where they can get help. They are free of charge, they can access them, and they will provide all the support they need, including based on eligibility, including trainings and other resources that they can really make this step to change the career. So the answer is yes, we can help with information so they can go on the other path that they choose for their career.
Well, thank you.
Many people change careers here in Canada. Many people. So
many people. So then, therefore, Alpha's question was very relevant. Merci, Alpha, pour votre question. So, Raluca, you mentioned that delivery of the post-arrival services are a mixture of in-person and online. So does that add flexibility to a newcomer that might have, shift work or family responsibilities? Is it a very rigid structure of servicing and metrics, or can it be a mixture of online self-taught resources and in-person meetings?
That's actually a very good question. Yeah, so if someone who's working or studying, why not, and who has a busy schedule and they cannot reach our offices, we have the option for virtual meetings on a Saturday. Is the only option. So we do not offer in-person services on a Saturday, but we do offer virtual meetings on Saturday. We have 4 slots usually for available information and referral specialists. They will take the virtual meetings and they will help the newcomers with information. So we can help with this. This is one option. The other option, as I mentioned, they can register online directly. They don't need, scheduling an appointment and so on. They just register and they will communicate by email, or at some point they can arrange with our staff to have a phone call and talk more if they prefer. But these are the 2 options for a busy schedule: book an appointment on a Saturday or register online directly.
Okay, well, thank you, Raluca. So, Rachel, since you have control of your PPT, I'll allow you to say final words on behalf of yourself and Raluca. It's great to continue to partner with YMCA Next Up Canada, as we have for some years here at G-TAC. And feel free to share your slides in which our guests and friends this morning can continue the conversation, or like Raluca said, apply online. If you're eligible and you're interested, the program is free for Next Stop Canada. You should certainly take advantage of the diverse array of resources, employment plan, referral specialists. We also mentioned the mentor group, which is really cool, because it always makes sense to hear from previous immigrants. If you're a newcomer, that makes a lot of sense to me. So once again, thank you both for your time. The conversation can, of course, continue with Rachel and Raluca today or tomorrow at the Next Up Canada booth, or perhaps in other ways by email or LinkedIn. I'm not sure. Rachel will say for herself and Raluca. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I want to thank G-TAC for inviting us again. I can't remember, this is how many times I've been here to do a presentation. It's always a pleasure. And for the newcomers, for our audience today, thank you so much for taking the time and join us for the presentation. I just want to emphasize there are a lot of pre-arrival and post-arrival services funded by the government that are for eligible newcomers. So make sure, you won't need to do a lot of research, but make sure you utilize these free services because they will help you better prepare for your new life in Canada and also help you succeed. So if you have any questions, feel free to find us in our immigrant services booth, and we will be there answering any questions you have. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Raluca, for your time. We'll see you again, and we will take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be joined by Tech Newfoundland, and we'll be exploring all the opportunities in the ICT sector in Newfoundland and Labrador in just a few minutes. So Rachel, Raluca, have a good day, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on
We are back. It's 12:01 here in Ottawa, and I believe it's 1 p.m. in Newfoundland. And I had a highlighter in my hand. And we're joined by Megan Dobbin of Tech Newfoundland. Good afternoon, Megan.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today. How are you?
I'm doing well, and thank you for your time. So everyone, we're really pleased and excited to be joined by Megan Dobbin of Tech Newfoundland. The title of the next session hosted by Megan is Jobs and Employment Support in Newfoundland. Specifically, Tech Newfoundland is the industry association for technology companies in Newfoundland and Labrador, and there's certainly increasing opportunity in the ICT sector in Newfoundland and Labrador. And Megan, on behalf of Tech NL, is going to share with us how you guys can explore career pathways in the sector, and just also get a bird's eye view of the ICT sector in Newfoundland and Labrador. Expectations for the next hour will be Megan running the show and taking it away. And then, of course, if you see something really interesting and you want to know more, don't hesitate to put a question in the chat function, and we will further grill Megan, because we'll have a question and answer session when Megan has decided that it's time to have a Q&A session. So we look forward to an interactive session and exploring all that Newfoundland and Labrador has to offer in terms of the ICT sector. So Megan, my colleague is going to bring up your PPT.
Great.
And we're going to give you control. And I just want to see that you have control before I sign off. So click your cursor there, or maybe move your keyboard and just see that you can.
Yep, that's me moving that. Great. Yeah, it looks like I'm able to change those slides there.
I agree. So thank you very much. The floor is yours, and we'll see you soon. Thank you, Megan.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, as he said, my name is Megan Dobbin. I'm currently in St. John's, Newfoundland, as the capital of Newfoundland Labrador, and it's actually 1:30 here. One of the quirks of Newfoundland is that we have our own half-hour time zone. So it's actually 1:30. So I'm just going to take you through a relatively short presentation about the tech sector here, and then answer any questions that you have. I don't think it will be the full hour, perhaps, but we'll see. So yeah, thank you so much for coming. I've already had the chance to chat with a few people this morning at the booth, and so I'm looking forward to continuing this great conversation. So Newfoundland Labrador's tech sector. Exciting opportunities and limitless potential. So who are we? TechNL is a not-for-profit industry association representing the province's technology and innovation sector for over 30 years. So you may have heard of us before. We used to be called NATI. We recently rebranded to kind of narrow in on the fact that it's specifically technology companies. And we represent over 200 companies in the Newfoundland Labrador technology sector. We are working in a couple different areas to grow the sector. So that comes with talent services, educational services, advocacy for our members, marketing for our members, all sorts of things. And of course, we help job seekers connect with our member companies, and that is mostly what I'm going to be talking about today. So bridging the gap, TechNL is working to help Newfoundland Labrador attract and retain highly skilled workers. We work with employers to connect people with the opportunities at the companies, and we're supporting job seekers navigate career opportunities in technology in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is a couple of different areas. We help local job seekers, students, new grads, those making a career change. And then more recently, we have broadened our horizons a little bit, and we're looking to the rest of Canada interprovincially and as well internationally to really attract talent to our great province. The technology sector is growing, and there is a big need. There's a big gap right now for skilled workers. We'll get into the specific skills in a little bit, but basically there's a high demand from our member companies to try and get highly skilled workers here, and that is what we love to help with. So. As I mentioned, the technology sector in Newfoundland Labrador is very busy growing. These are just some of our member companies, some of the companies that have been started here in Newfoundland Labrador. So I mentioned we have just over 200 members. 100 members of those, over 100 members are technology specific. So you can see kind of the logos there. 85% are founded in the province, and it's growing pretty quickly. The government has put a lot of energy into diversifying our economy, and that a big part of that is bolstering the tech community. So there's been a lot of resources poured into growing and starting all of these new companies. That was a few years ago, and of course now all of these companies they need to hire. So that's where we are now. There are a variety of jobs available, as I mentioned, and we'll get into. And I just want to quickly mention that the average salary that we're working with, for example, for software development would be $73,000 a year. So that is kind of comparable to other areas in Canada, just to put things into perspective. So why work in tech and NL? So there are a lot of upsides to working in tech and NL. As you can see, it's growing. We have a lot of really cool companies. Newfoundland and Labrador has had its fair share of, I'll say, hardship and resilience, and that has led to some really interesting companies. But recently, as I mentioned, the tech sector has been growing very quickly, and we've had some great successes that we're really proud of. You can see there, smart thermostats from Mesa recently got a $20 million investment. Excuse me. Some other ones there you may have heard of, Colab, and the startup scene is, you can see that headline there is set to double, which is some great news. One of the biggest kind of success stories is a company called Verifin, and I just wanted to highlight them quickly because we get a lot of questions about them. They were a company that was started out of Memorial University in the 2000s, and they have now grown. I think that they've hit, 1,000 employees, but they're now on the, they moved to the New York Stock Exchange, and they were recently acquired by NASDAQ, by the stock exchange. So that is probably one of our biggest successes here, and it's a sought after place to work for sure. They've won all sorts of employment awards. So yeah, that's just one I wanted to highlight. And these are some other companies that you may see come up a lot in our job boards. So Trophy AI and Spellbook are just two examples. There's some really cool stuff, innovative stuff happening with these companies. So some of the skill sets that we see come up most often when we're talking to our membership companies, again, TechNL ourselves, we're not hiring right now, but what we do is that we post job roles on behalf of our members, and we spend quite a bit of time working with them and working with job seekers to help them fill those positions. So what we are seeing right now is what they're looking for would be software developers, data scientists, engineers, technical specialists, designers, executive staff, sales and marketing, business development, customer success, and information system analysts. So specifically software is the one that we're seeing the most right now. C++, reactive, those types of front and back end positions are in high demand. So how we work at TechNL is, like I said, we post jobs on behalf of the members, but we also post them on social and on our newsletter. So I would encourage anybody that is interested in working in technology in Newfoundland and Labrador to check out our job board. It's on our website, technl.ca, and to sign up for our newsletter where you can receive some jobs. And we update that pretty frequently. But as well, we would really encourage you to reach out to, for example, myself or my colleagues. I'll provide information at the end, because what we find is that if you're applying from out of province or out of the country even, it always helps to have a connection. So you can say, I spoke with TechNL at the job fair, and we find that really helpful so that you're not kind of making a cold entry to these companies. They have a point of reference for where you may have come from. That being, that we spoke at the job fair, and we find that really helpful. And as well, we can chat at the booth. You can tell me a little bit about your background, what kind of jobs you're looking for. And that way, what we do is we put together job packages for these companies. So for example, say they're looking for a salesperson, we will go through the database and put together some candidate packages for those companies. So it's always good if we have a bit of a chat, we can become aware of who's looking for what types of roles. So these are some examples of companies that I mentioned. Actually, I think I mentioned a couple of these before: Mesa, Rally, Colab, that are hiring. And you can see they're mostly technical roles right now, but if there is something specific that you're looking for, these companies do tend to hire kind of throughout the year. Different positions pop up. And yeah, I would encourage you to apply. I will say the question we maybe get the most often is whether or not these companies hire remotely. And I will just quickly say that that's not our focus at TechNL. Our focus is to help people relocate to Newfoundland and Labrador. So would encourage anybody to apply if you are wanting to work remotely, but that's not something that will specifically help you with quite as much, because we do love it here and we want people to come and see what we're all about. So I have the video here. Make sure that it's working. I wonder if maybe someone could let me know if the sound is working.
Arc. Here, it's in the knowledge, skills, and the innate creativity of its people. There's a rare quality to this rocky land at the edge of North America, and it's calling. Inspiring passion, community, and ingenuity in each other. It's the perfect recipe for innovation. Newfoundland and Labrador is in the midst of a technological leap forward. From a spirited past comes an ambitious future, powered by innovation and bright minds. Each discovery fueled by hard work and curiosity. At your fingertips, a sprawling playground awaits, where the forces of nature and creativity collide. In an endless swell of potential, where will you find your spark?
Okay, so that is just a little bit more information about, can get you some visuals on what the province is like. So that takes me into the next slide, which is why Newfoundland and Labrador. One thing that we really like to highlight is how unique that the province is. And our goal is really to make job seekers aware of Newfoundland and Labrador when they're looking for a job, because it's not somewhere that you would maybe typically think of as somewhere that you might like to move or live. But there are all sorts of benefits. So first of all, compared to the rest of the country, we have pretty affordable home ownerships. Newfoundland is quite remote, as you know, I'm sure you know, and the population is not quite as high, so that does tend to translate to more affordable homes. We have beautiful ocean views. Almost the entire population, I think about 50% of the population is in St. John's metro area, and the whole city is just surrounded by it. We've got a beautiful harbor, beautiful ocean. You'll find that in most of the province. Short commutes. This is something I've lived in Toronto, I've lived in London, and I don't know that I could ever go back because I'm so used to short commutes now. It takes about 20 minutes to get from one side of the city to the other in St. John's Metro, and that's the largest city. So you'll never have a commute longer than that, which is quite a benefit. Means you can go home for lunch. You can take all sorts of road trips, and it's really quite easy to get around with your car. And there's transit options available as well. The great outdoors. We have all sorts of world famous outdoor activities: whale watching, icebergs, puffins. Here in the Avalon, which is the peninsula at the bottom of Newfoundland and Labrador, we have a world famous hiking trail. It's called the East Coast Trail. You saw a lot of those shots in the video just then. And that is just really a world-class hiking network that's actually like 10 minutes from the city center, from downtown St. John's. In 10 minutes, you could be on a hiking trail looking at beautiful views. And it's quite spectacular. And collaborative community. So we have quite a tight-knit technology sector here. Like I said, there's just under 200 technology companies So there's lots of networking events, there's lots of community building, lots of shared spaces, and people, we find it's a tight-knit community. So there's lots to offer. It's, you know, it's pretty unique to the rest of Canada, but I think for a lot of people, it's a great fit and it's worth considering for sure. So let's just move to the next slide. That does not seem to be working. Wonder if maybe, oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, so that's my presentation. Like I said, I would encourage you to reach out. It's just myself at the booth here today, but and I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but if you would like to send me an email, my email is megan@technl.ca. I can send you a link and we can book a quick virtual meeting and answer any of your questions. Feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. And like I said, if you're interested in moving to Newfoundland and Labrador, we have all sorts of great options for you to connect you with employers. So that is the presentation. Thank you so much. I'm open to any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you, Megan. So as Megan said, let's continue the conversation, continue to explore opportunities that abound in Newfoundland and Labrador. And feel free to send in some questions now through the chat function or the Q&A function, because Megan certainly touched upon a few different things. And I've written some things already, some more simpler than others. So for example, you mentioned the biggest success story thus far, Verifin, 1,000+ employees. Do they have any open roles right now? And oh, by the way, you still have control of your slide, Megan. So if you want to ever go back to something that supports your answer, you can do so.
Thank you.
But Verifin was a private sector success story that you mentioned.
Yep. That's a great question. I believe that they're pretty much always hiring. They've got a big rotation of people kind of coming in and out. They've just built a brand new building actually to house, because they grew so quickly. But yeah, so they've got a dedicated careers page that I would encourage anybody to check out. They are an anti-fraud software, and so their company vision, reason for being is fighting crime, which is pretty admirable. They do all sorts of neat things over there. And one thing that I really like about their careers page is that they have kind of an open application that if you have a special skill set that you think maybe they might be missing, even if there isn't a job application specifically that you fit into, they would encourage you to apply, because they kind of say, you never know, you don't know what you don't know. So that's nice.
Thank you for that. Now we have a question from Afisato. It's a good question. So they mentioned an internship. So, you know, of course, ideally we all want permanent jobs right off the bat that check a lot of boxes, but particularly, you know, some of the larger companies like Verifin or Trophy AI, our internships. You could also elaborate this question to co-op programs for maybe local educational institutions. What is that a pathway to career development as well for newcomers to the region, or even persons, like I said, students? I mean, if you're a graduate of a local ICT program, perhaps there are co-op programs regionally. Yeah, no, there definitely are. So a lot of our member companies have co-op programs with the local schools, with the university, Memorial University, and the College of the North Atlantic. So the internships that I'm aware of are all through the universities, but we do, you know, if there was one that would be open, we would post that to our job board for sure. As well, we do have some, we have a program, TechNL, called Find Your Future in Tech, and that helps to kind of reskill people. So
I know that some of our partners in that program as well have some opportunities to kind of upskill people. One of our partners, for example, Get Coding. They take people from all sorts of backgrounds and help them with get into software development, for example. So so not specifically, but I would say that it would be dependent on the program that you're in and what your goal is.
Thank you. So you mentioned some, in your opinion, most of the internships co-ops are through some of the local institutions. Well, then can you elaborate on what those local educational institutions are, so some of our guests can do their own research as to some of the educational institutions for professionals in younger stages of the career, or perhaps continuing education programs for younger professionals, persons in their late 20s or 30s?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question. So we have just the one university in Newfoundland and Labrador, Memorial University of Newfoundland and Labrador. But it's a highly ranked school, and they have been working to ramp up all of their programs in anticipation for the amount of tech workers that we're going to need in the province. And they've been doing so. So that would be kind of the main stream typically. We also have some colleges, like I mentioned, the College of the North Atlantic. We have Kean College. There's a couple other ones. Eastern College, I believe. But yeah, so if you are looking at education specifically, I would suggest looking on our website at, as I mentioned, the program is called Find Your Future in Tech. We also have, for example, a high school program that places high school students in some of the local tech companies, which is a new program. I was told it was pretty competitive. There's lots of interest. I think that is it. Yeah, and then there's a couple. The Get Coding I mentioned, which is actually aimed more for people that are looking to do a career switch. And they started out locally in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I'm told now that they're working with people in I think 4 different provinces to upskill them into coding. So that's a pretty neat opportunity as well.
Do you, on one of your slides, did you have a link to Get Coding?
I don't. I can just pop it in the chat there.
Well, and also the next question was the Find Your Future, because you've mentioned this program a few times, and this seems an interesting resource for career development for persons relocating to Newfoundland or immigrating there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not on that team. I'm on the talent team. So I'm working with job seekers and employers. This is more the education piece of it. So it really just depends what you're looking for. Typically the people that I meet at these fairs are, they've got their background and they're working for working towards a specific goal. One thing that I noticed when talking to employers is that Newfoundland and Labrador really put a big focus into recently training a lot of tech workers, which I mentioned, because we have a growing tech sector. But what that means is that we have a lot of new graduates, a lot of people that are ready to join the tech sector, but at a more junior level. So what we're finding is that there's a distinct lack of highly skilled workers with a lot of experience, which is why it's so great to come out to these events and talk to people that have been working for, even 4+ years, 10 years, 8 years, however long it may be, because that's something that we're seeing a distinct gap in our market. So that's what I would kind of focus on if you do have those experiences, is to really highlight that to employers, because that's what they're looking for.
As you know what your employers are looking for in Newfoundland and Labrador, as you mentioned, that's sort of your expertise, connecting persons to the labor market and the ICT sector specifically. Pema asks, is French language proficiency usually a requirement in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Typically it is not. So like the rest of Canada, we are officially bilingual, but the province itself is the majority of people are English speaking. So We do have services, francophone services, but I would not say that it's a requirement for looking for a role.
Do any success stories come to mind in terms of a newcomer to the region that connected with an opportunity through the Tech NL jobs board and ended up working at one of the companies that you've mentioned, and that then, you know, developed their career and sort of had a successful, you know, line of
yeah,
new
there's
journey?
a couple of success stories. We recently were involved with the provincial nomination program for visa sponsorships for the program's called Priority Skills. So helping to get tech workers into the province. And so we were involved in the application process for that, not myself, but my colleagues. And there was several people that came in through that program that then came into the Tech NL database and then are now working with local tech companies. It's like I said, it's a really collaborative experience here in the province. We really look out for people. So, you know, if you have been involved in tech before, you know that there's a pretty constant ebb and flow, you know, with tech companies. It's not always the most secure space to be in. So we had a tech company, a startup recently that went under, which you don't love to see, but that happens with startups. And so what we did was we collected the information of everyone that was looking for a job now that this company had closed, and we sent it out to our member companies, and 3 of those people actually ended up getting hired within about a week. So the tech ecosystem kind of welcomed them back after that company closed. So yeah, so those are some examples.
Those are great examples, and within a week is quite fast. Do you think that is an example of one of the advantages of you know, a tech ecosystem that's certainly robust, but maybe not as large as, you know, Vancouver or Canada here?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So like I said, if it's, you know, about 100 companies that are pure tech, you know, there's only so many software developers kicking around or salespeople or whatever. So we help to network, and a lot of people, you know, it's a tight knit community, so people know one another and are really helpful in providing opportunities. One thing myself, because I'm in kind of this HR space now and helping with job seekers and employers, is we host an HR peer group. So all of the local companies, their HR representatives, we get together once a month and just chat about what's going on in the job market, which candidates are floating around, and what we could do to help place people, and some of the challenges that these local companies are having. We're pretty on top of that. So definitely being a small community has its perks for sure.
So if, for example, in the local HR group, you know, that you're a part of, how can a prospective talent, new tech talent to the region be on your radar or be on the Tech NL talent pool or matrix, so to speak? How do they get in touch, or is there a first step? Is there a registration page?
Absolutely. So like I said, the first step would be to contact me and chat a little bit about you as a job seeker, chat a little about your background, what kind of roles you're looking for, and we can really help to kind of facilitate that process. We do have a database for people, for candidates that we sort through, but it is for those that are looking to relocate. But yeah, so it's just a little bit of chatting, but we do have a database that we go through, and we try and keep up with people, and you know, try our best to get them here if that's what they want.
Is there any support offered to someone in terms of catering their resume to the Canadian labor market, or do they just sort of automatically join the database, or are there any sort of career support services available to them through Tech NL? or
Yeah,
Tech
good question. Typically, they upload their profile as is, but we certainly are able to support you if that's something that you're looking for. If you wanted some advice, like I said, I have a bookable meeting slot, so I'm happy to go through your profile with you, your resume, and trying to maximize, some tips and tricks. Like I said, maybe highlighting years of experience or a specific programming language that's in demand right now, that kind of thing we can certainly help you with. Yeah, it's because I recognize that it's tough to come in kind of cold into a market. So it's nice to kind of talk it through, I find.
Certainly. Let's switch gears a little bit. We've been talking, of course, about a lot of aspects of, developing your tech career in Newfoundland and Labrador, and some of the companies and the resources of TechML. But earlier in your presentation, you were talking about very relevant things as to life, such as cost of living and expectations as to family life in the region. So Afiso has a question, what do you suggest to a single mom of 3 in terms of settling? So why don't we use that question in terms of, because I wrote down even in my notes, you talked about affordable home ownership. I'm not sure if you actually gave examples, but yeah, for someone that has dependents and, Megan, you and I know as Canadians, longstanding Canadians, there might be some advantages to the cost of home ownership in Newfoundland versus the GTA, for example. So I think that's a very relevant question. This conversation is not necessarily only about tech skills and the tech ecosystem in Newfoundland, even though that's the main focus, but we all have lives and families and goals and aspirations. So what makes tech, the region more competitive than other regions, Megan, in terms of?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is extremely important. When you're deciding where it is that you want to move or to settle. We have our challenges just like the rest of Canada, and the cost of living is going up everywhere. It's going up for us as well. The rental market is coming back a little bit, but there are some shortages there. So of course, I would say to always make sure that you have your ducks in a row before you dive right in. But we do have, I think I caught the tail end of the presentation before, but we have some resources as well for newcomers through our partners. We work with the Association for New Canadians and various other organizations that help with onboarding of newcomers. So there's lots of support there. But in terms of kind of family life, I think it's a great place for families. The pace can be a little bit slower because we're smaller. It's about 500,000 people, and population density, I think, is up there or down there for in terms of that. So lost track of the question there a little bit, but.
Well, I mean, because in fairness to you, it was a general question. I mean, her specific question was, what advice would you have to a single mother of 3 in terms of settling? And then myself, I sort of extrapolated that more generally to just a cost of living question, because I remember you had a slide, which you might as well go back to it. I mean, you had a few areas, home ownership, some other things.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
So for mom of 3 specifically, I think it's a great place for family. Like I said, we would refer you to some of our partners for settling in, and we're always kind of available to help with things like that. We have great programs for families, school districts, and all that. So a lot of the newcomers that we've had before have brought their families. So we would welcome that, of course. Cost of living is a tricky one, but I think it's just about recognizing what's unique for each different province, and we certainly are very different from what most people would I think most people we talk to are, like you said, maybe moving to Toronto or Vancouver or one of those places. So our tech sector is catching up. Yeah, we're just really trying to build what we build up on this community that we have here. So if you are someone that enjoys the outdoors, we have some really interesting weather. It's not as cold actually as the rest of the country, which people are usually surprised to learn. But it doesn't get as hot either. So we're by the ocean, so we really we have some pretty moderate temperatures. Just a lot of rain and snow. So yeah, pros and cons. I personally love it. I don't mind the rain, but we also, St. John's, I think, is the foggiest city in North America. We get a lot of fog, which is kind of interesting.
So if someone was registered or connected with Tech Newfoundland as, of course, available technical talent, and continuing on with our last question of settling, I assume there's certainly some services that Tech Newfoundland is not an expert in. But if someone was a newcomer, single mom of 3, do you have relationships in the community with daycare providers or maybe language resources at a newcomer settlement agency in St. John's? Basically, I'm talking about a referral program.
Yep, we do. We have lots of partnerships. Like I said, the Association for New Canadians, the Office of Immigration and Multiculturalism with the provincial government. We have partnerships with the YWCA, with the city, but basically, yeah, with the appropriate organizations for sure. And we also have partnerships with immigration consultants and international recruiters as well. So we really do try and help with the whole process of that.
Okay, so you mentioned partnerships with immigration consultants. Earlier on, you mentioned the provincial nominee program. We also have a statement or question en français. Lionel says, Bonjour, cher, bonjour, cher, je peux facilement détruire un emploi depuis l'Afrique pour le Canada. This person basically says, I'm in Africa, and I'm looking for facilitation of finding employment in Newfoundland. And so, even on one of your other slides, I wrote down, you had yourself, but you also had your colleague, Millicent, and it said immigration lead. So why don't, for someone, for example, that is watching us live and that is in Africa and, is trying to seek employment opportunities in Canada or in Newfoundland, where does TechNL tie in with the provincial nomination program that you mentioned? And also, Megan, let's assume our friends watching us don't know the term provincial nomination program as much as you or I or some of your partners whom are immigration consultants in the province. So can you elaborate a little bit more, I guess, about pathways to immigration for a skilled worker, not necessarily from a federal standpoint, but maybe from you mentioned the provincial nomination program. I guess let's hear more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am not, an immigration consultant. So my word is not absolute, but yeah, the province has several immigration pathways for skilled workers. The one that I mentioned before was called the Priority Skills Program. And that one did not require you to have a job offer. That was kind of the difference with that one. But of course, it is the immigration pathways are typically easier if you do have a job offer. In that case, the provincial nomination program that we mentioned, basically you're entering Canada under one of the provinces, and then you're kind of, you're expected to live in that province, live and work in that province. So what we do typically is help people connect with the employers so that when they have a job offer, they're able to enter the province more easily. We're working, it's not quite launched yet, but we're working on a program to help employers hire international workers remotely so that they're able to work while they're waiting for their work permits to come through. Because as you may know, you typically, have a work permit and then move on to permanent residence and whatnot. So, like you said, my colleague Melisande, she works more specifically on the immigration pathways per se, but we help connect you with the employers. I do have some resources I can send over email about some kind of, flow charts about the different, if you have these skills or this education, which immigration stream you would specifically go through. That would be, the office of the OIM in Newfoundland and Labrador. The office of immigration and multiculturalism would be the point of contact there.
Thank you. Can we go to the slide where we have your point of contact as well as Melisande?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we want relevant, whether they're already in the province or coming to the province or interested in learning more about how TechNL can support potential connections with employers. That's one of the objectives. Now, digging a little deeper, you mentioned the priority skills program, which is not employer-led. So that's interesting. My question is, well, can you refine further what are some of the priority skills, whether maybe it's just by job title or knock code, but yeah, it's pretty interesting that it's not employer-led and skills-led.
That one is done by knock code. So I can't remember them off the top of my head, but it is particularly relevant to technical skills that we're looking for in tech. So software developers, IT, front end, back end, that sort of thing. But that information would be available at the OIM, like I said, Office of Immigration and Multiculturalism for Newfoundland and Labrador. But I am happy to say that's the program that I was referencing where this was before my time, but the organization TechNL, we were involved in helping screen those applicants and then getting them into the province, into the ecosystem. So, if it is a goal that you have to come specifically to this province, there's definitely ways to make it happen.
So you were part of that program and you saw some success stories.
We did, yeah. I believe that was last year. So I'm not sure if the current round is open, but like I said, certainly send an email and we can investigate based on your background and skill set, which path would maybe make the most sense for you.
Great. Let's go back to just Newfoundland in general. It's hard for some persons to perhaps be familiar with the province. Actually, myself, I've never been there. So my point is you mentioned St. John's being the capital and the hub, as we know. Is the cluster of tech companies in St. John, or are there other companies in other, parts of the province?
Yeah, we do have most of the companies are in St. John. We call it the St. John's metro region. But of course, there are tech companies across the province. The second largest kind of metro hub is on the west coast of Newfoundland. It's called Corner Brook. So we have a fair presence out there as well. We also have someone working in Labrador. And our mandate really is to help the technology companies across the province. So Memorial University recently set up, I think, 17 community hubs. We're able to deliver things like workshops through those. We have people working in Labrador as well as the west coast of Newfoundland. So yeah, it's but most people, if you're coming to Newfoundland, you're coming through St. John's just based on flights or on a boat, we've got those notorious ferries. So yeah, but I would say the majority of the tech companies are in St. John's. We've got a lovely downtown. And that tends to be where people are. Beautiful, historic district, harbor, all that.
All that. Now, you mentioned Labrador a few times. Can can you just quite simply explain, Labrador, the relationship between Labrador and Newfoundland? I think some people don't know what.
Yeah, no, that's true. So of course, Newfoundland, Labrador, the province is made up of the island of Newfoundland, and as well Labrador, which is on the mainland and borders Quebec and the Maritimes. Newfoundland, Labrador is actually not part of the Maritimes, which is a common misconception. But Labrador is really rich in culture, and it's so beautiful. It has one of two national parks is in Labrador, the Torngat Mountains. It's like the most beautiful thing that you'll ever see, and the Indigenous culture is very strong in Labrador as well. So we make sure to have a presence there, but a lot of it is quite remote. So that is kind of why maybe less people would know about Labrador, because there's quite a few, or it's very dispersed, the population. But it is beautiful. If you ever get the chance to visit, I would highly recommend it.
Do you think some persons that live in Labrador are working for companies in St. John's remotely?
Yes, I do believe that they are. So there is a preference for Newfoundland Labrador companies when they're hiring, even if they're hiring remotely, would be to hire people that are residents of the province. So yes, I would say for sure.
Does the province offer any wage subsidies to persons that are in province? Wage subsidies, sorry, to the employers that are hiring residents of Newfoundland and Labrador?
No, not that I know of. Yeah, I don't think we would be considered that remote. But we do have competitive wages in the province, and like I said, a lot of the cost of living, when you look at the wages versus that, it kind of you can see how it aligns a little bit better. It might sound a little bit low, but that's just kind of the nature of the job market on the East Coast.
I think in one of your very first slides, you brought up some figures as to average wages, did you not? Average salaries?
I did, yeah. The number that we have, just to give people a reference, I can't really speak to specific jobs or companies or roles, but the median wage for a software developer would be $73,000.
Okay, you know it off by heart, which is awesome. So we have a question from Fareed. Are there software engineering jobs available? ? I've been in Newfoundland. I was in Newfoundland until 2017, I believe, sort of means that he's been here for.
Oh, great.
5 years.
Yeah, we do have some. Definitely shoot me a message after this. I'll be in the booth for a few hours. I can send you some current openings. I know sometimes our job board sometimes looks a little bit outdated because we need the permission of the companies to post it, blah, blah, blah. But we do have an ongoing list that we can refer you to of engineering jobs for sure.
Okay, Fareed.
Glad to hear that. I can see the note that it's a great place to live.
Yeah, Fareed said it's a great place to live. So Fareed, make sure you go to the Tech NL booth today or tomorrow, or if Megan wants to go back to the slide where she has her contact information.
So the booth is not going to be manned tomorrow, but I will leave a note there with my contact information. Well, this is not, I'm not able to change the slide anymore. I think I might have, oh, there we go. Okay, so great lobsters or seafood. That is true. The question was about seafood. So I mentioned that the government was like actively trying to diversify our economy, and that is because we had a very resource-based economy. Newfoundland Labrador was settled originally because of our rich oceans and seafood, specifically the codfish. And then we overfished. And in 1992, the government had a devastating ban on cod fishing. It's called the cod moratorium. And we've been building back the cod stocks ever since and trying to diversify the economy. But that does mean we have excellent seafood. My hot take is that our seafood is the best in the world. And fish and chips is what I would recommend for sure.
Oh, making me hungry. Sounds really good.
And it's lunchtime over there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's totally lunchtime, but we're going to continue on and facilitate connections because Raja says, I'm a newcomer to Canada. I have a valid and open work permit. I'm currently based in Mississauga, but I would love to move to Newfoundland. I have experience in IT and I'm looking for opportunities. So what do you have to say to Raja, Megan?
Well, thank you for your sending your background. So we don't have any openings for our member companies specifically in IT, but I have seen them come up in the last couple of months. So I would suggest that you keep looking at the job boards. If you connect with me, again, I'll put you in the database, and opening comes up, that's something that you're interested in, and we can get you added in there.
Yeah, I think the first step, Raja, would be to connect with Megan, and as Megan said, to get you on the database of available tech talent, and take it from there, and take the initiative and responsibility to intermittently check the TechNL jobs board.
Yep.
Can you type that URL into the chat function? The jobs.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's do that.
Okay. And like I said, if you are interested in kind of weekly updates, you can send me a note and I can add you to our other kind of weekly newsletter that's a little bit more frequent, but that's for relocation. All right, so I've just put that in there. Yeah. Okay, so
did you turn on? Pardon me?
No, sorry, go ahead.
Did you close the PPT, or did my colleague do that?
I don't think that I did, but also I was typing, so maybe I did it by accident, but I do think we're coming up on the hour, so.
Well, exactly. Yeah, no, I think that's why my colleague did that, as we're coming up on the hour, and we usually take a short commercial break. So it's great that Megan shared the TechNL jobs board to do your own research. And then Megan also said to get in touch with her regarding sort of getting on the I use it matrix or sort of board of available talent. There were also some immigration questions about the provincial nominee program and how TechNL facilitates that. So that would be Megan or Megan's colleague, or just TechNL in general. So anyways, I will let Megan have final word on behalf of herself and TechNL. It's really interesting. Even I really enjoyed that. Like Megan said, there's effort to diversify the economy in a robust tech ecosystem in NL in Newfoundland. Not only lobsters and fog, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Going on.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your for your questions and your engagement. I really enjoyed talking to you all. Like I said before, I would encourage you to consider Newfoundland and Labrador and work in the tech sector when you're considering what your long-term plans might be as a job seeker. And again, to reach out to me and connect, and I'll help you in any way that I can best, whether or not that's myself or referring you to a colleague, educational, immigration, whatever it may be. So yeah, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of the fair.
Thank you, Megan. Great meeting you.
You as well. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. So everyone, we'll just take a quick break, and then we'll soon be joined by Kat Sear and John Quinn of Lighthouse Labs, unlocking your success in the Canadian tech job market with Lighthouse Labs. So we'll continue on with developing tech careers across Canada with your partner, Lighthouse Labs.
Theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, I hope everyone had a nice break, got a bit of a coffee refill. So it's 1 p.m. here, and it's a different time regardless of where you are in Canada. We're joined by Kat's here. Kat, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Our pleasure. We certainly are honored to be joined by yourself and Lighthouse Labs, a great partner to G-TAC, and particularly this initiative, the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. Kat, where are you today?
I'm coming to you from Calgary.
Yeah, when I was saying it's other times in other places, I realized I didn't know where you were, so I couldn't say it's 11 a.m. in Calgary, correct?
Yes, it is second coffee. So still working on coffee.
Yeah, second coffee. I might get my third. So everyone, Lighthouse Labs, we're going to learn more about whom they are and what they do. The title of this session is Putting Your Best Foot Forward in the Canadian Tech Job Market with Lighthouse Labs. So Lighthouse has brought a lot of success in career development to tech talent in Canada, whether newcomers or longstanding Canadians is my understanding. But Kat's here will convey to us how and whom they've been helping and what the expectations can be. So once again, expectations for the next hour is that we'll be hearing from Kat. Now, Kat, is it just yourself or are we being joined by John Quinn?
No, you just get me today. John is a presenter, but unfortunately he's a little under the weather today.
Got it. It's a pleasure to have you, Kat. We will be, I'd like my colleague to bring up Kat's slide. Just want to make sure that Kat has control of the PPT before I sign off. And I want to make sure that Kat has control. You can, click your mouse there or move your keyboard, do whatever you got to do. Yep, we see that you have control. So once again, everyone, start sending in your questions when they cross your mind. We will have a live and interactive question and answer period with Kat in 30 or 40 minutes or so. So Kat, good morning, because it's 11 a.m. in Calgary. Take it away, please. We'll see you soon.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jay. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from today. Thank you so much. A little bit about myself. My name is Kat. I started my career path in customer service, actually, and did that for about 10 years. I transitioned into being a licensed optician for about another 10 years, and then moved to a very remote location in Canada and started working in aviation so that I could get home for a more reasonable price. I think we all have felt the pain of airline tickets. I was in aviation for about 7 years when I suffered a major concussion that took me out of the workforce for about a year. I asked a LinkedIn acquaintance for some advice because she worked at an employment agency, and I walked out of that conversation with a new job, a new career path. I could have never imagined that that was going to be the outcome of that coffee. And then I started working with youth to gain and sustain employment. A few years after that, a friend phoned me one day and said that his old boss was looking for someone and asked if I was interested in the position. I wasn't really looking for a change at the time, but you never turn down an interview. And that's what brought me to Lighthouse Labs. So I worked in the career services department for 2 years, and now I've been in the admissions department for the last 9 months. So as you can see, I've been a career transitioner most of my life. And all of these transitions, I've used and leveraged my network to do so. So this is going to be one of the major topics that we're going to discuss today. So Jay touched on a little bit about what we do here at Lighthouse Labs, but if you're still wondering, we are a tech education institution that teaches bootcamp style for web development, data analytics, data science, and cybersecurity. So what we're going to be talking about today is what you really need for job search success. So 3 different tools to use for the job search itself, but then how do you actually get them in front of a person? Because this is the hardest part about the Canadian market. But first, we need to have a note from our sponsor. We need a commercial break. We're thrilled to be participating in an incredible event here at G-TAC, and we're putting this webinar on due to funding through ICT Boost. So ICT Boost is a groundbreaking initiative that we launched earlier this year. And with it, our goal is to help people enter the Canada's tech sector and also ensure that tech is more inclusive and welcoming for all, including underrepresented groups and new immigrants. Under the umbrella of ICT Boost, we offer an array of fully funded programs for job seekers and employers. This initiative receives partial funding from the Government of Canada through the SWSP program by ESBC. Oh, I had to do some mouth warm-up for those acronyms for sure this morning. Our current offerings for job seekers include essential skills workshops that we're going to talk about a little bit later that equip participants with valuable abilities such as mastering the art of negotiating in the workplace and creating memorable pitches for employment. You'll also get an awesome certificate that you can proudly showcase on LinkedIn, and we're going to talk all about LinkedIn in a bit. So moreover, though, we have career workshops such as this one, and many more other beneficial programs and services. All right, now back to our regular scheduled program. Before we start talking about the who, what, when, where, why of job search, we really need to understand the different tools. So I'm going to talk to you about the 3 different things. So your resume, your LinkedIn profile, your resume, and your cover letter. Now, the biggest one is your LinkedIn profile, and this is really more like your CV. So in Canada, we use resumes, not CVs, and we'll talk about what that means in just a moment. But this really is the big story of you as a professional. So this has your whole history, right? Your interests, your volunteering, your micro-credentials, your certificate, all that stuff that you get to be proud of that you don't necessarily talk about on your resume. The other thing that's really cool about this too is that it houses all your connections that you make along the way. So the second tool that you're going to use is your resume. So this is for a specific job. You're going to want to tell the story of why you're qualified. So you're going to want to cut out different pieces of your past experiences that are relevant to that position And the rule of thumb is 1 page per 10 years of relevant work experience. So now not total work experience, but so if you're coming from another industry and you're wanting to break into something new, you really want to work on your transferable skills. So for example, my LinkedIn says that I've been in 5 industries over 25 years. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Zoom filters and eye cream. But when it comes to jobs saying, in change management, which is kind of where I want to go next in my career, I would focus on what's transferable. So it doesn't matter that I used to train flight attendants. What matters is that I've done training in both hard skills and soft skills. So hard skills such as how to use a fire extinguisher, which means I'm able to teach people how to use a product. And then soft skills such as conflict resolution, so I can really demonstrate that I'm able to help a team work through challenges. So really what I want you to do is take the qualifications from the job description and then think about how you've done those things in the past. And then those are going to be your bullet. And really, when you're looking at that job description, it is absolutely okay that you don't have all of them. One of the big things that stands in our way from jobs is imposter syndrome, thinking, oh, I don't have all those qualifications. I can't possibly apply to that job. What I really want you to do is I want you to look at, do I have 60% of what they're looking for? Right? Because when employers write a job description, they're looking for a unicorn. Right? They know that not everybody is they're not going to get all of those qualifications, but if they only write the minimum, then they're going to usually get less than minimum. So if you actually can do everything that they're asking for, you're overqualified for that job. All right, now, final thing that we're going to talk about is cover letter. So this is going to showcase how you'll fit into the company. It's just as important to be a good personality fit as it is to have all the qualifications. So how do I know what the personality type that they're looking for is? Good news, there's a shortcut. The company has already put lots of money and effort into figuring out their vision, mission, values, and their customer. And that's really what they're going to look for in an employee as well. So similar to your resume, when you went through and found all your experiences that related to, what they were asking for in the qualifications, you can go through their mission statement or their about us and really think about how did you, how your past experiences, how does it relate to those values? Now, as a hiring manager, I promise you 90% of the cover letters that I receive, I don't read. I ain't got time for that. All right. And it's usually just a regurgitation of the resume. So we call these types of cover letters part-based or values-based cover letters. And if you can write those type of cover letters, I promise you that A, they'll get read, and B, it's going to help you stand out. So to give you just an example of what I mean by this, when I applied to Lighthouse Labs, I still had to write a resume and cover letter. But what I did was I referred to their culture of being comfortable being uncomfortable. And it was a phrase that I found on their website. So that's something that I live in my life, which is why I'm here on stage. But it's also what I taught my former students to do. I really believe that there's no growth in the comfort zone and no comfort in the growth zone. So what I did was I showed them that I was going to carry on their brand and show up in ways that they were trying to cultivate as an organization. It also meant that I'm good with change and experimenting. So by writing this type of cover letter, it was my way of showing that I'd fit in. Because like if you remember through my journey, I didn't apply for the admissions department. I actually started in career services and then moved to admissions. And who knows what else there is out there for me. Because it's not the position that I'm qualified for, it's the company that I fit in. Okay, so I know that was a lot of information. I'm just going to recap it really quickly. Your LinkedIn story, or your LinkedIn is your big story. It's your full encompassing journey of your professional journey. It's all of the things, all of the puzzle pieces that you want to showcase as you, the employee, and as a human as well. Your resume is specific to the parts that you want to emphasize. All right. And then your cover letter is going to be how are you going to represent yourself within their brand. All right, let's move on to, this is great, but oh, that sounds like a lot. When you're going through and personalizing each document, this can be very time consuming and feel like you're trying to eat an elephant. So I'm going to give you some cheats to help you create those documents. Everybody's talking about those two hot letters right now, AI, right? Let's use them for our advantage. So tools such as things like ChatGPT are awesome for creating resumes, right? Put your job posting in, put your LinkedIn profile in it, and ask it to create a resume. Now, the thing is, when you're using ChatGPT, it is just a tool. It is not the end all be all. So please make sure that you're going through these documents and using them and editing them, right? Once ChatGPT creates the documents for you, you have to be the editor because you still want it in your voice. You still want it to be the words that you use every day. Because if somebody gets you into an interview and it doesn't match, they're going to know something's up. It's going to be a red flag. You can do the same thing with your cover letter as well. So copy their about page or their about us page or their mission, vision, values. Take your LinkedIn profile, put it into ChatGPT, and ask it to write a values-based cover letter. Again, make sure you go through and edit it because it's the first time I did this, it produced a whole page and broke it down into sections and categories and used every single one of their values. And you really don't want to do that because you have 7 seconds for an employer to look at your documents and decide if they're going to keep reading or move on. All right, so you want it short and to the point and values-based. The second tool that you can use is jobscan.io. This is a great way to see how much your resume matches to the job posting because this is going to help you get through the automated tracking systems. All right, it's not that you aren't qualified for the job. It's all about, does your resume reflect why you're qualified? All right, those keywords that are going to pop out. And then the third way, you see these little people on there, get a friend or not a super close confidant, but an acquaintance, right? Maybe it's somebody out in your community that you know. Ask them to go over your resume and get them to tell you what job they think you're applying for. Because if they can't guess or they're close, you know that you have a lot of work to do on that resume to go back and revamp it. Okay, so we're going to talk now about getting noticed, right? This slide says getting noticed is the first hurdle in job search. And trust me, it is. Getting them in front of a person is a totally different story. But you use ChatGPT, you went through and edited them, they're shiny, they're beautiful. How do you get them in front of a person? So I just want to, before we talk about that for just 1 second, I just want to pop back to our, when we mentioned the difference between hard skills and soft skills. So Canadian work culture, employers are looking for fit. How are you going to fit into their team and their brand? And it's really the soft skills like being able to communicate, that's going to help you work through problems. It's going to help you ideate, collaborate, all those great words, right? All those great things that you want in a team. And then other things like time management. Right? We have an autonomous working culture. So your manager is going to expect you to be able to give you a task or a project and you work on it and complete it with little to no supervision. Now, a good manager recognizes that everyone has different strengths that they bring to a team and hires for those different skill sets and personality types to create a well-rounded team. And so I'm psychic. I'm going to bring my psychic powers in for a second and I'm going to think, I know what you're thinking. If that's the one main attribute that employers hire for is your soft skills, how are they going to even know that you have them by just looking at your resume? And unfortunately, the answer is they can't. Okay, your resume is typically going to be focused on the hard skills, right? Your cover letter might shed some light on this, but you really actually need to talk to a person for them to find this out. And getting noticed is the first hurdle in job search. I mean, I think if we can pop it in the chat there, right? Who sent out more than 100 resumes with little to no response? I bet you it's a large majority of you. Getting in front of the person is the most important part of job search. However, those people won't be found initially in the interview. So the interview is actually like 2 or 3 steps down the line. because unfortunately employers receive hundreds, if not thousands of resumes due to the invention of the apply now button, right? You don't have to be qualified to do this, right? You don't have to be pre-qualified for the job just to do this, right? So if I'm an employer, I want you all to put your employer hats on for just a moment and think about, I have to hire someone. I still have my regular job to do, and now I have to sort through 1,000 resumes. What are some of the ways that I can make this a lot easier and less expensive, right? The big answer to that one is referrals, right? Referrals from other people. It's cheaper, it's easier, it's a much safer bet than hiring an unvetted person. And in fact, you're going to find that, this stat, varies, but, it's about 70% of the jobs don't even hit any of the job boards in Canada. Okay, it's called the hidden job market. Because let's be honest, it's way less work to just shoot an email out to my teams or to talk to friends and say, hey, I'm really looking for someone that can do this job. And then now I've cut that list down a lot more, and people don't recommend people they don't want to work with, right? Because it's going to be a bad reflection on them. I recently hired an admin assistant, and how I did it was I put out a shout out on my personal Facebook and my personal LinkedIn just to my network. And within 4 hours, I had 5 people, 3 of which were highly qualified. And in the next 2 days, I had them interviewed and the position filled. That would have been at least 10 to 20 hours and a 2-week process if I would have posted it publicly. So again, I'm going to bring in my psychic powers, and I know what you're going to say. I know you're going to say, Kat, I just got to Canada, or I'm thinking about moving to Canada and I don't know anyone. But that's the great thing about networks. You can always start one. So let's talk about how to meet people. I put this slide up a little bit too early, but that's okay, because hopefully you've been able to kind of go into these resources and check them out. But there's really great places and spaces to meet people. So you can do things like cold message people on LinkedIn that are doing the jobs that you want, invite them for a virtual coffee chat. The app Meetup is amazing. No matter what you're interested in, whether it's crocheting or hiking or IT, there's huge communities on Meetup for different interests. Eventbrite is awesome, right? It's a great place to go and look for different events. ShowPass is a new up and coming Eventbrite that's really great too. And then also just the trusty Google, right? Just start Googling events in my area. So the really cool thing about this is that, you're going to go there and talk about something that you're mutually interested in, right? And it's so much less awkward than going to a specific job seeker networking event where you're standing at the drink table, not sure what to do, kind of feeling awkward. But this way you get to learn and meet people that have similar interests to you as well, because you might as well have fun while you're doing it. Now, when you're at those events, the best way to network is to go into conversation curious about the other person. So ask questions about them, right? You'll be able to not only find out about the current industry insights, but also potential possibilities that you might not have learned otherwise. So I love examples, I love stories. I'm going to give you another one. I was introduced to someone via LinkedIn and set up a virtual chat with her. Like I said earlier, I initially thought I wanted to get into change management, but after speaking with her about her own career path, I learned that what I actually wanted to do was organizational development. Okay, and change management is just a small piece under that much larger umbrella. But I would have never known about that opportunity or that occupation existed without having chatted with her about what she's been through in her own career path. So it's a really cool way to just learn about industry, learn about what's going on, especially if you're trying to break into new places. So when you're going into a conversation curious about that other person, what are some of those questions that you can ask, right? What are some of those things that you think that you need to be curious about? Things like, how did they get into their field, right? What do they love about it? What's a favorite project that they've worked on? if they had a magic wand, what's something that they could change or they'd want to change either about their organization or about the job that they're doing, right? Where do they see the industry going? Right? You'll be very surprised at the outcome of that conversation. It's so much better to go in and be curious about someone else than being like, hi, I am Kat and I'm looking for a job, or I just new to Canada and this is what I need out of it, right? Because as soon as you start leading with I, people put their defenses up, right? But if you start going in and you're curious about that other person, people love talking about their passions. People love, somebody else, oh, wow, you're interested in me? You think I'm important? Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, let me tell you all about it, right? That person's going to be flattered that you're interested in them. And then they'll start asking you the same types of questions. And it's going to be a much richer process of getting to know someone. So when you're going in and, I put up here a slide of the LinkedIn, how to, when you're at these types of events, we don't have business cards anymore, right? We have our LinkedIn URL. So if you don't know how to pull up your URL really quickly, that's what this picture is all about. Give it a try. It's so cool. But now you've made these personal connections, right? Ask to add them onto your LinkedIn. Always be the person that sends the invite. Because you want to add something personal. You want to add more details or that personal connection request with your send. Because you want to include details of where you were and how you met in little pieces of that conversation. I just did this at a conference last week. There was a gentleman there that I really wanted to talk to, and I was like, oh man, he was a guest speaker at a leadership conference that I was at, but I can't remember which one because I go to a lot of them. And so I pulled up my messages with him and was able to see which conference that he spoke at and was the keynote speaker at. And then I was able to go up to him and say like, hi, I met you at this place, I really loved your talk, and this is how it influenced me. And can you imagine, right? His chest was a little puffier because he's like, wow, you remember something that I said to you, all right? So and the other thing too is that these people, maybe they can't help you today, right? But they might know of something or someone, and chances are they know other people that maybe are in your field. And then this way, little by little, you can start growing your network. Like I said, it's not going to be instant. It's not going to be oh, I have a job for you, right? But you will be in their mind months. And then when that opportunity does come up, you're going to be the first person that they think of because you took interest in them. Believe it or not, going to like 2 of these events a week is going to be a much higher return on investment than 100 resumes a day. All right. I hope that you were able to take something out of that. I hope that you are able to go out and start networking, know that it's not a scary place, and it's just a human on the other side of that conversation. Like I said in the beginning, we do have other really awesome workshops that are happening. I just see on my slide here that these old dates. We'll be sure to put some new dates up there. I think September 28th is going to be unlocking your problem-solving potential. October 3rd is emotional intelligence, enhancing workplace relationships. October 5th is time management. So we have a ton of stuff on our docket that's coming up soon. And these are, like I said, in partnership with the ICT Boost initiative. Now, you want to find out more about, career services, Lighthouse Labs, all of this stuff. I think that's one of the awesome things that I loved about being in career services is that our students actually got, this kind of support for life. Right, that's the really cool thing with our alumni is that no matter where you're at in your career, you get to come back and you get to be supported. Because I think that's actually one of the hardest things, other than connecting with people in job search, is that it can feel like a very lonely, isolating process. So that's one of the things that I'm very, very proud that we do here at Lighthouse Lab. So please feel free to stay connected. Our student outcomes report is awesome to see, what our employment rates are like, where jobs, what have people gotten into. And here's our QR code. So just scan that baby, and stay connected with us. Thanks so much. I'd love to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kat. That was really well done and really thorough, and a lot of topics were touched upon in terms of developing career success, and interestingly, a lot of softer elements, shall I say, such as the hidden job market. There's really a lot of truth to concepts such as that in either the Canadian labor market or perhaps elsewhere in the world. I think even myself, my last 3 roles, I didn't apply to any of them, actually.
Yeah, this is how powerful this stuff is, right? Like, and this is what the stuff that like takes your career onto totally different places and spaces than you ever thought it could.
Well said. Sometimes, these, the hidden job market or the personal connections or sort of the sometimes chance happenings that happen can take you in a different direction in your career. And I think that there's a lot of truth to that. And then, as you were saying, and as Lighthouse can support you or us, we have to be ready though. So we have to have our LinkedIn profile ready. I like how you talked about, well, you can elaborate further, but you talked about the differences, the strategic objective, the differences in objective between a resume, cover letter, and a LinkedIn profile. So there's a lot of truth to that as well. Kat and I feel like could chat a lot, but as Kat said, now is the time to start sending in questions to the chat function or the Q&A feature, and we'll continue to ask questions of Kat as to anything she covered or her personal journey, as well as Lighthouse Labs. So I've made note of a few things that I thought were interesting of note and that you could elaborate further on, perhaps. So you said company fit. You talked about, you stated that you felt like it was extremely important in Canada to a certain extent. What does company fit mean? I mean, perhaps we could literally elaborate on that term itself for some of our guests today, Kat, because as you know, we have some persons who are in Canada, in Mississauga, in Ottawa, but we have friends from around the world as well. So they might not know what you mean by company fit. Could you elaborate further?
Sure. Oh gosh, I think it goes back to values, right? And even our own personal values. One word could mean, maybe it's autonomy, right? Autonomy means something very different for me than it does for you, Jay, right? Maybe for me, it means that like, I want you to tell me when the project ends, and I want you to give me some bones of the project and then leave me alone, right? Autonomy for you might mean, okay, I want a daily check-in. I want to like make sure that we are all on schedule. And, I want to have those kind of check-in points all the time and then go off and do our own thing during the day, right? So if you came to my workplace, you'd be going like, hello, is anyone there? Why aren't I being supported? But if I came to your workplace, I might feel micromanaged, right? And so that's the difference, right? Just really looking at those values of the company. What is it? What is communication or innovation or community? What do those words mean to that company, and how do they live that, right? Look at their social medias, right? Look at their LinkedIn stuff, look at their stuff that's going on in the news, and how do they actually live those values out?
So if someone sees a job posting on LinkedIn from a company that they're not familiar with at all, how can they try and educate themselves as to company fit, even though you just gave a few examples, but maybe there's some other strategies. But once again, how can someone, if company fit is so important, how can someone determine what a company fit is if they've never been there and they are not familiar with the company?
Yeah, this is a great question. One of the most powerful tools on LinkedIn is if you go to the company page, you can click on people. And now that's almost a full directory of who works there. All right. So reach out to them, send them a message and say, hey, I'm really interested in XYZ company because of this. I'd love it if you had 15 minutes to jump on a call so I could ask about your experience there.
That's a great example. I feel, Kat, that you could do an entire webinar on just LinkedIn and navigating LinkedIn for career success.
I definitely have before, yes. I'm very passionate about it.
Okay, well, we'll get back to some of the softer aspects of career development because it's extremely relevant, as Kat said. But we also have some more measurable questions. First of all, Juan de los Santos says it was a very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Juan. But the conversation is still going to continue, though, with Kat, which is great. So it'll be more insightful. Now, a more measurable question from Joseph. How can I join the ICT Boost program? So, you know, you talked about a few Lighthouse programs. So Joseph is asking about the Boost program that you mentioned. So let's, answer his question. And then I'd like to go into some of the boot camps because on the Lighthouse Labs website, that's promoted quite prominently, and that's what Lighthouse was maybe initially known for amongst many resources and services. But once again, Joseph has a question. How can I join the ICT Boost program of Lighthouse Labs?
So just head to our QR code here. You know, we have essential skills link that you can join any one of our workshops with. And these are just, you know, kind of value add workshops, right? So, you know, how do you, little tiny micro credentials that, like I said, you can post on your LinkedIn and you can use it as content creation, right? And also, you know, Canadian experience.
Now, the boot camps from Lighthouse Labs, I'm somewhat familiar with those. Can you elaborate further upon those today?
Absolutely, and you're right. That's 100% what we're primarily known for. Career services is really just one thing that sets us apart from other education institutions is our very robust career services department and our incredible student outcomes report. You know, we take jobs. We are a career college, and we take that very seriously. And you know, we really strive to have an individual approach here. And so our programs, we have two different styles, well, I guess three. So we do have upskilling courses. So if you'd want to take like an intro to JavaScript or intro to data analytics, they're 6-week courses. They're a great way to, you know, dip your toe into, you know, the field to figure out, okay, do I want to commit further to this? And then when you do decide that you want to commit further to this, you know, we have our full training program. So we have a 12-week bootcamp style program that gets you in, gets you out, teaches you a whole bunch of stuff about a whole bunch of things. You know, our full stack web development program, full data science, they're all of our, you know, reskilling programs, they're all diploma programs, and then cybersecurity as well. So we have the 12-week model, which is, like I said, it's super intense, gets you in, gets you out. And then we also have a little bit more flexible model, which is 30 weeks. You know, you have lecture twice a week. There's 25 to 30 hours of learning that's, you know, required on top of those 2 lecture hours. And it's just, you know, for people that need to, you know, incorporate a little life in there too. They can't just, you know, sign off from their family and obligations for those 3 months and dive in. So.
Okay, so continuing on with the, for example, the boot camps itself, we'll go back to, well, I have a question about career services. Are career services complementary to all boot camp curriculums, or is it separate? So meaning it's certainly an advantage to have Lighthouse Labs career services. You're certainly a specialist. So can I expect that if I took a 12-week Java bootcamp that I will automatically get career services or no?
So for the full-time programs, yes. The part-time programs are not attached to our career services and career outcomes. So that 6 weeks, like intro to JavaScript, it doesn't have career services attached to it. But the full intensive ones, the 12-week and the 30-week, yes, that is part of your whole education package.
Career outcomes, I believe you still have control of the PPT. I think you had data as to career outcomes, or am I wrong? I think you had success metrics.
Not on this presentation, but our team is in the chat there, and they can pop our student outcomes report into the chat there so that people can see them and talk about them.
So, fair enough. We'll have to orally allow you to attempt to convey positive career outcomes, because if I was a prospective student of Lighthouse Labs, I'd certainly want to know. We've talked about career services for the full-time program, so that's awesome. Well, yeah, what about career outcomes? Because, well, that's one of the reasons why we, all of us attempt to upskill. Sometimes it's purely really to freshen up our technical or even soft skills, but for some persons it might be really because they're unemployed and looking for that leg up. So I suspect you're going on your website off camera, and I'm just joking.
I'm like seriously typing.
But yeah, I mean, we're looking for if you don't have the hard numbers, I mean, just success stories. What can expectations be as to career outcomes for someone that, I mean, it's hard to pinpoint because you have many boot camps under the servicing umbrella, but what can people expect as to career outcomes 6 months after completing the program?
I really love that you said 6 months because, I was just doing another webinar last week with a different organization, and they had the exact same types of numbers that we had, which was really interesting. So, it's about that 3 to 6 month mark where, we're seeing employment happen, right? And again, the biggest determiner from, people getting jobs in 1 to 3 months and 3 to 6 months is this networking piece. Right, the sooner that you embrace it, the sooner that you get out in the community and be part of the ecosystem, the faster jobs happen. I just, like I said, frantically pulled up our student outcomes report here. Last year in 2022, we supported 578 grads getting jobs in the 3 different fields, or yes, the 3 different fields, because we just launched data analytics this year.
That's really commendable. I see data analytics becoming a good stepping stone into the technical space, particularly for persons who might not have a technical background. They might have a business background, or they might be, educators. Is that a trend you're seeing in the labor market, and the profile of some of the, 500 plus graduates that you helped get a job within 6 months of completing the programs last year? Were they all persons who had technical backgrounds, or were they like yourself, you pivoted 3 times in your professional life? Do you see people transitioning careers? We had a question about career transitions in the previous session with Tech Newfoundland. The question was, do you support career transitions? So do you see some of your students attempting to transition into, data analytics doesn't always have to mean tech either. It certainly means financial services and working for RBC and other financial houses as well.
Yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of questions in that one question, but and I'll try to answer them all. But I think that's the really cool thing is data science isn't one industry, right? Everybody, and same thing with data analytics, right? It transcends every single industry because, especially as we get more data driven, you need these types of roles, and no matter if it's food services or hospital or IT in the tech field, or engineering, it doesn't matter what it is. Research, we have a lot of doctors and people that have been in the medical research field that come in and take data science. And I think that's the thing that I love about career services, or have being in career services, is that I get to hear, people's stories and hear about their journeys. And it's really cool because, we had somebody come in and they had, high school experience, they worked at Starbucks, and now they're a full stack web developer, right? And she wrote me an email, about 6 months after she graduated, or after she started working, and she was just like, I pinch myself every day. I can't believe this is my life now. She's like, sometimes I wake up and I'm like, I can't do this. I'm not good enough. But then she's like, okay, gets in the groove, right? Because I don't think imposter syndrome ever leaves us. I think it's something that we fight all the time of the I'm not good enough, right? But that's the really cool thing, is that we have, I would say, I'm just making up numbers, okay? So they're not accurate. But I would say about, 60 to 70% of our grads don't have tech backgrounds at all.
Oh, wow,
and it
that's
was
higher
really
than I
cool.
thought.
Yeah. And, it was really cool to see the different trends through the pandemic, right? Of like, in the beginning, when I first started, it was a lot of the hospitality industry, a lot of aviation, right? Because those folks couldn't work. And then we transitioned into teachers, and then we transitioned into nurses because of burnout. And now it's kind of like, right, a mixed bag of everybody, which also makes the learning environment so rich because, somebody coming in as a nurse is going to see code or see the problem that they're looking at so much different than if somebody is coming in as a graphic designer or a landscaper or somebody coming from IT, right? So that's what makes the learning so cool, is that you have all of these different experiences coming to the table to learn the same thing. And so a huge part of our learning is that peer group, right? That's a big difference between, you can be a web developer and you can do it all through YouTube, right? Learn how to be a web developer through YouTube. But that's what, going through something like this gives you, is that it starts your network, but you also get to learn it from different perspectives.
Very interesting. Speaking of learning environment, are the Lighthouse Labs boot camps limited, excuse me, a mixture of online and in person? And are they limited to Canadian residents only? Or we have some friends at the moment that are joining you and I live from outside of Canada. Can they apply to a Lighthouse Labs program?
So, since the pandemic, we realized that we can offer our boot camps online. So we're fully remote and we can still produce amazing learning environment, amazing, outcomes. And the really cool thing is now we get to reach a wider audience, right? So you don't have to live in, Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, Montreal to be able to access education, right? So I think that's the really cool thing, is that, we're really looking at how do we give access to, everybody for a tech education. So it is fully online. We have had international students before, so it's definitely something that's an option.
Okay, so yeah, no eligibility restrictions. You have had international students and do have them.
Yes. The only restriction is time zone. So lectures are live and they are mandatory. So you might need to become a night owl.
Fair enough. So let's go back to some hidden aspects of the job market. I wrote a quote that you said, I have leveraged my network successfully. Well, can you give some examples? It's always really interesting to hear real life stories. What are some examples of you having leveraged your network successfully in your career?
So I think the example that I gave about, me reaching out to my acquaintance on LinkedIn, I knew she worked in employment sector, but she worked with youth. And, I just reached out and said, hey, I'm looking to get back in the job market after my recovery, and I don't know what to do. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. I know you work with youth, but can you point me in the direction of adult employment help? And so that's how that conversation started. Another one of my moments was I was a student going to university. I couldn't see the board. I was quitting my job. and I just wanted to use my benefit. So I went and got an eye exam. The optician that was helping me pick out glasses, we started chatting, and she's like, "Oh, what are you doing right now?" And I was like, "Oh, I work across the hall. I don't," and I just quit actually. And she's like, "Oh, well, what are you gonna do now?" And I was like, "I don't know." She's like, "Well, come work for me. I'd love, you have a great personality. I'd love to, have you on my team." And I was like, "The heck for anything about glasses? Like, did you just see my huge anxiety over picking out my own?" And she was like, "Don't worry about it. I can teach you all of that." So again, it's just, the big word is networking, and it's a scary word, but really it's just talking to strangers, right? And strangers are just friends you haven't met yet, right? So, when you break it down, like, it's just talking to people.
Continuing, thank you very much. Continuing on with networking, you said you said, quote, "You never turned down an interview." So that's pretty straightforward, but why? Why should someone never turn down an interview? That's why it reminded me, because you said networking, but there must be other reasons. It's your quote, not my quote. So everyone that's listening today, that's a very interesting quote. You never turn down an interview. What exactly do you mean?
Yeah, an interview can also mean, I've seen this a lot in our students or in our grads of like, recruiters reach out to them for positions they don't feel they're qualified for. And so they, send them back a message and they're like, no, I'm not qualified for that. No, to that person, right? Because, if we're going to add to our pyramid there of networking is just talking to a stranger is a friend you haven't met yet. Well, an interview is just networking. Right? And it's just meeting a human. And so even if that opportunity isn't right for you, that person isn't going to be in that position for the rest of their career, chances are, right? And they're going to go on and move on to different things. But because you had that connection, you're now part of their network and they're part of your network. And I think the other thing too is we don't know what opportunities are out there, right? When I initially, was talking to my friend on LinkedIn, had that coffee chat with her that worked with the youth employment, I was going through job ads and I was seeing, ads for job coach. And I was like, oh, not ever. No, thank you. I don't even like getting myself a job, never mind someone else. This is not something I'd want to do. And 6 years later, we're here, Jay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think just be open to opportunities, open to connecting to people, because you really don't know what's around the corner.
Yeah, you really don't know what's around the corner. That's well said. I have a specific question from Hamza, who I believe I know even who Hamza is. If it's the Hamza I'm thinking of. Yes, it is. Hamza. Hi, Hamza. Hamza lives in Italy. And he asks, is Lighthouse Labs a DLI accredited institute? A designated learning institution from as identified by the Government of Canada. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kath?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
And what would the implications, if any, be to someone like Hamza who's in Italy and asking that question for a certain reason? Or is it hard for you to answer because you don't know why he's asking it?
I think that'd be tough for me to answer. I think, one of, if I were to take a guess at it though, is that I think career colleges, there's been some bad ones out there and there's some really good ones. And I think my guess would be, just that vetting process, right? Or, there's a MOA certificate in Calgary, it's medical office assistant. And when I was talking to, my youth back then, I was, if they were considering this, I just told them to give me $5,000 and I'd set it on fire because it had the same amount of weight as if they were to take this program, right? Because there's no jobs. There's way more people than there is jobs for that type of field in Calgary right now, but it's really being pushed as a way into the job market. And so, I think there's maybe a little bit of trepidation around for colleges. And I think that's the one thing that I am so proud of Lighthouse Labs is our integrity, our transparency, and our dedication to the students and to the job seekers, right? Because they're ultimately job seekers.
Yeah, they're ultimately job seekers. And good question from Hamza. And yes, Lighthouse Labs is a designated learning institute. So thank you, Hamza. So how is, generally speaking, how is the job market in Calgary? Is Calgary robust?
Yes, we're definitely, the governments are putting, especially provincial government is putting in a lot of resources and money into growing the tech sector here. And I think that, and just diversifying, we're primarily known for oil and gas, but I think we're definitely trying to diversify into that tech because we have a lot of, highly educated, highly skilled workforce. And as you've seen with my career, just because you're oil and gas today doesn't mean you're not tech tomorrow.
As a career services professional, if you could give a word of advice to our friends listening today at this moment, what would it be?
Well, I think you figured out by now I just don't do one word, Jay.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't a fair question to pigeonhole you in one. So how about top three then? Top three key points of advice to someone like Hamza in Italy or anyone watching us right now.
Sure. I think as you can tell, the networking piece, right? Go talk to humans. Doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter who they are. Start talking to them. Start talking about the things that they're excited about and start talking about the things you're excited about. I think the second one would be believe in yourself. Like I said, if you can do 60% of that job posting, I want you to apply. Right. And the third thing, have fun. Right? Have fun doing it. Find ways to make it enjoyable.
It's a great answer to a good question. And careers, as Kat said, are a journey. And yeah, I think sometimes we can pressure ourselves in the moment or for a certain opportunity, but Kat herself has pivoted a few times like others have. And you're not alone because there's partners like Lighthouse Labs that can help you along the way. So with that, whether it's career services or whether it's the boot camps that are available to our friends watching at the moment, whether they're in Canada or whether they're overseas like Hamza, Kat, I'll allow you to have final words on behalf of yourself and Lighthouse Labs. I know that your team will be in the Lighthouse Labs booth intermittently in the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo today and tomorrow. So it's been a pleasure liaising with you and meeting you. I hope you have a good lunch in Calgary because it's 12 noon there right now. So Kat, final words on behalf of yourself, please.
Just thank you so much for having us. And if anybody's interested in getting into tech, come check us out.
Thank you very much. So with that, I see, thank you, Kat. I see Naman and Fatin have logged in. Hi, Naman. We're just going to take a quick coffee break, Naman and Fatin from CRA Canada, Canada Revenue Agency. For those of you that want to learn about a career at the CRA, and you could extrapolate that maybe to the federal government in general, because I just saw a question from Shilpa about the job market in Ottawa. So we'll ask that of Fatin and Naman, perhaps, whom I assume are in Ottawa. Maybe not. I'll find out in a few minutes because Fatin and Naman, we're just going to take a quick break and we'll see everyone at 2 p.m. EDT here in Ottawa.
Unlock the door for your bright future, presenting the 14th National Virtual Career Expo, Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, just for you. This is your chance to access a national event, connecting you to job opportunities from coast to coast. Your dream job might be just a click away. Say goodbye to long waiting times. At the National Virtual Career Expo, you can talk directly to recruiters in real time, making job applications and networking effortless and efficient. Stay ahead of the curve with our live channels. Tune into 14 presentations by subject matter experts, gaining valuable insights into the labor market, skills and demand, and your career growth opportunities. Unleash your potential, embrace your future. Join us at the 14th National Virtual Career Expo and unlock the doors to your bright future. Canada's largest online talent attraction and job fair, your pathway to a world of opportunities. Why wait? Register now.
We're back. It's 2 o'clock exactly. And as mentioned, we're now joined by Fatine and the man of the Canada Revenue Agency, also known as the CRA, one of the largest organizations in the public service of Canada, and they're hiring and looking for talent. So we're going to explore a career in the Canada Revenue Agency with Fatine and Naman. Good afternoon, Fatine.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, and I can hear you well. Naman, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm curious, are you both in Ottawa?
I'm in Ottawa.
I am in Montreal. I am in one of the CRA offices here in downtown Montreal. We're in a big building, so.
Great. If our ami francophone pose des questions en français, s'il vous plaît, vous reprendre les questions. You can feel free to answer some questions in French. Or I can read them in French and you can answer them in French. We can do that. And the man, you're in Ottawa.
I am in Ottawa.
Because later we'll get into the labor market in Ottawa. We had a question from Shilpa who's live. And I ask you if you're in Ottawa because as Fatine knows, we have persons from, well, clearly some in Ottawa, some in Ontario, some in Canada.
Yes.
We have friends from around the world. And I was reminded of a newcomer I knew before COVID from India. His name was Swaminathan. And a long story short, his first job, because I tried to help him get a job in this particular program, was with the CRA. And at the time, it was a contract. Because I think the CRA is very busy at a certain time of year. But he got converted to permanent. And perhaps he'll have a rewarding career at the CRA for many years. So thank you both for your time. Expectations for the next hour. We're going to hear from Fatine and the man as to making your career in the CRA, expectations, what are the opportunities, processes. As you guys know, this is live and interactive, so we'll walk through a presentation from Fatine and the man. And then when it's time to open the floor to a question and answer period, we will do so in English et en français. So, Song, can you please bring up the CRA PPT? Now, Fatine or Naman, whom is speaking first? Who would like control?
Naman will take control first.
Okay, Song, let's give control to Naman, please. And Naman, we'll just make sure that you can move to the next slide, etc., before I step aside.
I just want to make sure.
Sometimes you click the screen with your mouse and then move it with your, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. I don't think so that I did. It's okay. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Wonderful. The fun of digital events, but it's cool where some of us are in Montreal, some of us are in Algeria, some persons are in Africa, some people are in Ottawa. So thank you very much. Naman, take it away. I will see both of you soon.
Jay, I'm just gonna have to say that we're having some issues with control. It will be better if somebody else want to do it from their side. We can just let them know when we're done.
Well, why don't we first try and give it to Fatine? And if Fatine can't control it, then yes, I can control it, or my colleague can control it. Song, why don't you give control to Fatine, please? Because it's Fatine and Naman's content, so it might make sense for Fatine to control the pace of today's conversation.
Am I supposed to see something on the screen so I can take control? Because I don't see anything.
No, you wouldn't know. Perhaps just take your cursor, click the center of the screen, and then you might be able to move to the next slide on your keyboard control.
No, I am not.
Okay. Song, can you give me control? Song, can you bring up the PPT? And while my colleague is doing that, I don't see, Naman, why you yourself and Namin can't start orally introducing yourselves, whom you are.
I can definitely do that for sure. Welcome to today's session, everyone. I'm excited to share what it's like to be working at the CRA, or also known as Canada Revenue Agency, and the work we do as an organization every day to help Canadians. I'll just give you a bit of a rundown of introduce myself. My name is Nolan Sathia. I am one of the income tax auditor as well as a brand ambassador at the CRA. So I started my journey in the government in 2018 as a student, and then moved some contracts between the different governments, and then finally got my permanent job at permanent role at the CRA. I've worked with different departments like Department of Justice, Procurement Canada, and the CRA. I've also held different roles like such as acting team leader, specialty tax auditor, junior program officer, revenue reporting officer, and junior project officer. I currently speak English, but I'm learning my French, and but again, that's being done from my from 2 classes. Beside the government career, I do have quite a big LinkedIn following, so I am a content creator there. The fun fact about me is I actually love traveling. I have a goal of traveling to every country by 2030. But again, it's definitely the COVID actually took a hit on me. But again, it will happen eventually sometime. So, but I will definitely pass the floor to my colleague to introduce to herself, Fatine.
Hello, hello everybody. Bonjour tout le monde. My name is Fatine, and I joined the Canada Revenue Agency 2 years ago. I started with a contract, and I quickly moved to be a permanent employee. I work in the training and learning within the audit, evaluation, and risk branch. My job consists of helping my fellow coworkers register for the training they need. I also coordinate the delivery of training for various groups. I am also part of the Employment Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Working Group. I speak both languages. I am fully bilingual, French and English. I encourage all of you to ask your questions in the official language of your choice. We will be happy to answer questions in both English and French today. Thank you. Moi, je m'appelle Fatine. J'ai rejoint l'agence il y a 2 ans. J'ai commencé avec un contrat. Après, je suis devenue permanente. Je travaille dans la direction générale de vérification. Et ce que je fais, c'est que je coordonne en fait des formations pour les équipes. Je parle les 2 langues. Je parle en français, je parle aussi en anglais. Je vous encourage à poser vos questions dans la langue officielle de votre choix. Merci.
Merci, Fatine. Okay, Naman, you have control now, so please make sure that you can move forward for yourself and Fatine.
It won't still let me actually, unfortunately. I tried.
Okay, Song, can you give control to myself, please?
Yeah, I can. If not, I can control the slides for you. And so we can.
Okay, fine. You take control, Song, and the man and Fatin will orally tell you when to go to the next slide. So here we go.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Next slide.
So next one.
Yeah. So before we get started, I wish to acknowledge the land that which we're gathered are part of unceded territory of Algonquin people. We invite you to take a moment of silence to have a thought of the territory in which we find ourselves today. Next slide. So the series is just not about collecting taxes or something. So to give you a rundown, the CRA is responsible for administering taxes, benefits, and related programs on behalf of federal government of Canada, as well as other governments within Canada. The work we do contributes to the ongoing economic and social well-being of Canadians by ensuring the services and programs for citizens and communities are available and accessible. The values that our workplace embodies are integrity, professionalism, respect, and collaboration. We work together to be trusted, fair, and helpful by having empathy and putting people's experience at the center of what we do. I'd just like to take a moment that if you do have a questions or something, we'll definitely be answering at the end. So, but again, you're more than welcome to put it in the chat. Next slide. Being part of the CRA gives you the opportunity to do the work directly impacts the Canadian each and every day. The tax programs and the benefits we administer are used to help fund the hospital's medical systems that support the health and well-being of Canadians. Taxes also fund schools, social programs. They also protect national park and fund infrastructure that keep our cities and towns across the country working. Across our organization, whether you work in human resource, audit, information technology, we have a same goal, which is to put people first, and that goes for both Canadian and for each and every one that works at CRA. During the COVID-19, the CRA has been responsible for administering 9 emergency response benefits, including the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, to ensure our team would meet unprecedented needs of Canadians while supporting each other. The CRA assembled employees from various programs and divisions and departments to deliver groundbreaking results because of them. Next slide. We're one of the biggest organizations in the public service. When you think about it, our size makes sense because we touch the lives of every Canadian. Our employees are working from every province, territory across Canada in a hybrid environment. We offer very variety of career possibility across different locations to build a national team of diverse professionals who share our values of integrity, respect, and collaboration. Although each team and the work we do may differ from each another, but we have a common goal and expectation for all. As you will see in the next few minutes, we offer career in many different career streams, which lets employee grow in their career. Many employees spend their entire professional career at CRA. Some may start as a student and then retire as a management. We're continuing to explore virtual tools and technologies and finding new ways to collaborate together. The next slide.
We believe that we serve Canadians best when our workforce reflects the diverse population it serves. We strive to have an inclusive workplace culture that welcomes and values different perspectives and backgrounds. We know through experience that diversity and inclusion fosters innovation and leads to greater engagement, richer discussions, and better results for the people and communities we serve. We are committed to building a workforce with employees from diverse backgrounds, including race, ethnicity, religion, age, sexual orientation, gender identification and expression, physical or mental ability, and other individual characteristics from all regions of Canada and language groups that support our linguistic duality. Additionally, the Government of Canada has committed to hiring 5,000 persons with disabilities by the year 2025, and the CRA is working hard to ensure we have the programs and support for all those who join the CRA to be successful in their careers here. Although the CRA is a large organization, we work together in smaller groups that support each other through empathy and respect, but we also have access to a vast support network and resources. We are always working to improve our programs and services for Canadians and our employees. Diversity and inclusion initiatives foster a diverse workforce and an inclusive workplace culture that reinforce our guiding principles of fairness, dignity, and respect. As an example of workplace inclusion, we have a program that the CRA offers as early intervention and return to work coordinators who provide CRA managers and employees with individual guidance to help determine accessibility and accommodation measures for employees who experience injury, illness, a medical condition, or disability. Next slide, please. Every year, with the help of our management team, employees have the opportunity to create a personal learning plan, which strives to help employees develop a path toward their career goals. For example, language training to improve your second official language, working on specific projects to gain experience for the next step in your career, or taking academic courses to enhance your career. The CRA can offer assistance with your educational goals. 2, our educational assistance policy helps employees develop knowledge, skills, and abilities needed to meet their career goals and the business goals of the agency. Often, accounting and other courses that count towards your CPA designation can be reimbursed depending on your position and learning plan. The CRA may provide financial support to help cover tuition and eligible costs through tuition reimbursement, advance payment of tuition fees, education leave. In addition to learning plans and educational assistance, we have various mentoring programs and initiatives which are supported by our employee communities and networks. Next slide, please. In addition to the multiple employee support resources and groups that the CRA offer, our employees enjoy comprehensive benefits and compensation packages, including, but they may vary by occupational group. Health plan includes basic and family coverage. Once you retire, you are also eligible to continue to receive coverage with no age limit, dental coverage, paid sick days, vacation allowance, although vacation policies may vary by position. You have also personal paid days off, family-related responsibilities leave, and paid leave maximum. For example, employees can access up to 60 months of unpaid leave for various reasons. There's also the self-funded deferred salary leave maximum. Employees can choose to self-fund 5 to 12 weeks of unpaid leave, like teachers, meaning in a 12-month they work 40 weeks, but with reduced pay over the 52 weeks. We also have employee assistance program. The CRA is also committed to providing a workplace that is respectful, free of discrimination and harassment, and which values diversity, inclusion, and equitable opportunity. The Employment Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Action Plan 21 to 2025 includes specific measurable activities to engage managers and employees into taking bolder and more concrete actions, and to establish meaningful results and progress towards employment equity, diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism. These actions are a result of the extensive consultation undertaken and the valuable input provided by employees during recent months, and the active role played by the Employment Equity and Diversity Network in raising awareness. First, we have identify and remove employment barriers. The CRA commits to identify and remove employment barriers to ensure equitable opportunities for employment and career development for all current and prospective employees. Second, we have the support to development of a culturally competent and inclusive workplace. And third, we apply diversity and inclusion lens to all decisions, policies, programs, and people management practices to assess their impact on diversity and inclusion. In the next slide, we will talk about self-identification. I want you to pay attention to this slide. The CRA prioritizes diversity and inclusion and is firmly committed to building a diverse workforce that reflects the population we serve. That's why we call on people to self-identify. Where an employment equity gap exists at the time of appointment, employment equity may be used as an appointment criterion for permanent and temporary appointment and staffing action over 6 months. As an example, if a hiring manager has a business need to make a temporary appointment of few months, and for that position, there is an employment equity gap for indigenous people, for example, the manager will first apply the criterion employment equity indigenous people among all qualified candidates before any other staffing requirement. While employment equity may be applied first where there is a gap, this does not necessarily reduce opportunities for individuals who do not self-identify with any employment equity designated group. In all cases, individuals appointed as a result of the staffing process must be qualified for the position to be staffed. Your questionnaire responses will be retained on file for the duration of the staffing process. Personal information is collected under the authority of subparagraph 9(1)(ab) and paragraph 2 of the Employment Equity Act for the purpose of implementing employment equity. Your information will be used to validate staffing process requirements and for statistical purposes in accordance with the consent that you have provided. Additionally, once hired, all CRA employees are encouraged to self-identify by completing the workforce profile questionnaire. The information collected is confidential and is used to identify gaps and barriers in staffing and recruitment, as well as improve employee support and resources. Next slide, I will pass it to Naman.
Thank you, Fadine. Staffing during staffing process accommodations. So candidates are encouraged to submit a request for accommodations at any time during the staffing process. Each request for accommodation are treated on a case-by-case, and solutions are personalized to meet individuals' needs. Some of the examples of the most common type of accommodations during the staffing could be changes to test format. So you can have there could be things that may be, let's say if you need a specific color of font or live reader, enlarge some fonts or something, changes to response format of the exam, like could be from speech to text, or software we might have to add, changes to the testing environment. So if there's a individual testing room, there needs to be specific lighting for your accommodation as per your accommodations there, or we could add wheelchair accessibility environment. We can always, there's also another type of accommodation, which is changes to scheduling and timing. So if you need any additional time during the testing or taking the test at a specific time or of the day or break. So when I did my test, like I was basically given from this day to this day, I can do my test anytime, and it was unsupervised test, but on my personal laptop when I was applying for a position at CRA. Well, let's next slide. accommodation during your working time. So there's quite a few accommodations. Again, these are all case by case that they have a personalized solutions to meet your need. Could be adjustment to your work schedule, or work duties, or the work environment. One of the examples of the work schedule is that you have a flexible hours within the core hours. Our core hours within my union, it's from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Just like I have a personal thing that I have to be attending physio every 2 weeks, right? So, but I just take away that time and I make up that hours. So there's always that flexibility that I don't have to take any paid time off or unpaid time off to do this. So I can do it while I'm still working, but as long as I'm making up the hours. Again, there could be also time for extra time to complete the task, or longer or frequent breaks, as I mentioned, because to accommodate if you have a doctor's appointment or something. Adjustment to your work environment. There could be an ergonomic assessment that you may need, or specific lighting or a larger monitor, right? And in terms of adjustment to your job duties, it could also involve reassigning duties or dividing assignments into manageable tasks. And again, as well as we always have a training, coaching, and mentoring available for all employees. Next slide. Official languages. As you all know, that CRA does offer the ability to take the service in both official language, English or French. To promote linguistic duality, we offer support for bilingual employees to maintain and improve their second language skills, as well as options for those who are interested in learning English or French to become bilingual. As I mentioned earlier, that I only speak English because the part of the job I do, it only requires English, but I'm learning my French. So that way I'm able to apply for the bilingual positions at that time. But if you're bilingual, we encourage you to watch for and apply for opportunities that fits your skills and interests. If a position requires bilingual working ability, it will be indicated on the job advertisement. When positions are identified as a bilingual, you must be able to speak in both official languages, English and French. Second language evaluations are conducted across public servants for employees, so they can get their ability in the second language. If you don't have your second language evaluation results, testing will be administered as required using the Public Service Commission's SLE, which is also second language evaluations test. Yeah, next slide. Here comes down the pay rate. You can make, not only does CRA offer tools and resources to be conducted and contribute and thrive, in addition to the compensation benefits previously mentioned, attractive salaries are also part of you can expect that while you're working at CRA. Some of the highlights you can see on the screen, and you can make anywhere just under from $40,000 to $200,000 for senior executives. Again, different range here. So we have HR, service and program, finance, computer systems, which is also known as IT, auditors, and that's the one I have, management groups, and executives. Again, these numbers do change depending on the how the negotiation happened with the contract with the unions and the CRA. But again, they're always updating, and you can always find it on the website. Next slide. How to apply for CRA jobs. At CRA, we do our own staffing process, which are posted at canada.ca/work@CRA. The first step is to create your profile, where you can upload your resume and apply for the interest, and you can also create job alerts specifically. So there could be a job alert for you want a specific city, and let's say if you were looking only for Ottawa, Toronto, you can create a job alerts as well as you can always make alert for specific type of jobs over there. Here's a screenshot of how the page will look like when you go to this website. And then you will go ahead and proceed with creating an account. And you can, and again, like every year, it's every time, like you always have to continuously monitor this website because we're always posting very new things. Again, we're not stopped hiring. We haven't stopped hiring. We're always doing hiring. So just to mention, just to address that question that was in the chat, that I think it was from Shilpa, but that we're still hiring. We're always hiring students. We're always hiring our staff. So next slide. So working in audit actually, so this is where I also belong in, as I mentioned, as an income tax auditor. But next few slides, we will highlight the job that you may be interested in looking once you have created your CRA candidate profile. Audit is one of the career stream that makes up 20% of our employees working. The education requirement for an auditor generally includes an undergraduate degree or college diploma with some accounting courses or CPA designation. Auditors receive intensive training and develop their skills related to their risk management, expertise, and income and excise taxes for individuals and various sizes business, including international and large enterprise. Auditors often work directly with taxpayer business owners, which requires strong interpersonal skills with capacity to provide advice and recommendation related to their files. Some of the job auditors work in are excise tax auditor, appeals officer, ruling officer, investigator, financial reviewer, and there are many more. I'll pass the floor to Fatin to continue the rest of the slides.
So other than the auditor stream, we have also corporate services. And that's where I belong. I work for a corporate branch. I am in the SP group. So over half of our employees work in the service and program, which is the SP classification group, which provide administrative and corporate support for all of our organization. There are entry-level jobs, which are usually the SP3, SP4 level. But some of the SP jobs you may see posted include administrative assistants, general duty clerk, call center agents, and collection officers. Although some of these jobs work with individuals needing assistance with their income tax, some of them also provide internal services to the organization, employee, and managers too. The SP group has lots of variety in jobs available, and employees often move from one area to another to develop their skills and progress in their career. And human resources and finance positions are also part of our corporate services, which together help keep the organization running from behind the scenes. Much of the work our employees do in these groups is related to the everyday business functions of the CRA, which are needed to make sure employees get paid, have the supplies and resources they need to perform at their best, and support managers with administrative and people management tasks. All these employees come from various fields of study and educational backgrounds, as most SP positions require a diploma from secondary school to be considered for the position, while HR and FI jobs require applicants to have an undergraduate degree diploma or the combination of post-secondary education and relevant work experience. Be sure to read the education section on all job posters, which will outline what is required for each specific job. Next slide, please. Next, we have information technology. The CRA has one of the largest information technology teams in the public service and make up almost 10% of CRA workforce. Our IT professionals studying computer sciences, information management, engineering, and many other related programs. Project management skills, as well as software development, cloud computing, and data analytics are skills that they bring to the team and have the opportunity to develop over time with training and support from our management team. Some of the jobs they work in are computer forensic analysts, IT developer, information security analyst, and IT project leader. Currently, we are seeking many qualified and motivated IT graduates and professionals to join our team as more services and systems are being accessed online by Canadians and our own employees. Next slide, please. You can also work at the CRA in the management. Our management team has a unique mix of skills, knowledge, and abilities, which allows our employees to feel supported at work and make up approximately 9% of the CRA workforce. Managers are expected to lead with empathy and understanding while managing multiple priorities and resources. Communication skills are essential in our management roles, as well as strong decision-making skills. Many of our management positions are team leaders, managers, or assistant directors who provide direction, support, and feedback to the organization on a daily basis. If you have experience in a supervisory or leadership role and are interested in joining the CRA, we encourage you to set up a job alert for MG positions in your area and apply on the next opportunity that matches your skill set and career interests. Next slide, please.
Yes, next one, management.
It's going to be next slide.
Oh, next slide.
So this wraps up to the end of the presentation. You can find us at the CRA. You can find us CRA on a variety of social media, including X, formerly known as Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube. Follow us on the social media to get regular updates from us. And again, remember to create a CRA candidate profile on our career page and sign up for the job alerts to be notified when the jobs pop up there. And yeah, and we will open the floor for any questions at the moment.
Well, thank you, Naman, and thank you, Fatin. As Naman said, feel free to start sending in some questions through the chat function, whether in English ou en français, parce que Fatin parle en français, parce que aujourd'hui tu travailles en Montréal. And thank you for the very thorough overview of a lot of expectations as to working in this area, different divisions. We also reviewed the process as to creating a profile, internal staffing, job alerts. So there's some things that I want to touch on. But yeah, yes, I see a question from Rishi, whom asks, are there any remote roles, Naman?
Thank you, Rishi, for your question. So at the moment, we have been advised to go back to office by the federal government. It is not a decision of the CRA, or it is the decision of entire government of Canada. So for more improved collaboration and in the workplace, so we have been asked to go into the office 40% of our regular monthly schedule. So again, there are some teams that are doing 2 days in a week that you have to be in Ottawa, or not in Ottawa, but just like where your job is located. And there are some teams that are doing like they would do first 8 days or first 9 days of the month, and then, but again, it all depends on the team to team, but mostly the case is like 2 days a week.
Can I just add one more thing? Maybe if you're asking if it is remote, which means you can work from other location other than Ottawa, yes, the CRA has offices and buildings all over Canada. We have hybrid teams everywhere in Canada. So wherever you're located, there is certainly a workspace where you can work from 2 days a week or 40% of the time.
So how many locations across Canada approximately does the CRA have, Fatin?
I do not have a count of it, but it's a lot.
So it's actually, Jay,
It's everywhere.
quite a lot, because every city we have, I think, few locations, every major city. We have offices in Sudbury, we have offices in Vancouver, but again, it all depends on what type of role you have as well, because if you're income tax auditor, you have to be visiting taxpayers, and then and you have to be located where your team is located.
Okay, got it. So, I mean, basically, Rushi's question was a work environment question, and the first answer is that we're hybrid because generally speaking, we're back to work 2-3 days a week, maybe 2-3 days from home. And then the second layer is that, well, it depends which department of the CRA you're in, because yes, CRA has many offices across major cities across the country, generally speaking. However, some certain, teams may or may not be operating out of Sudbury. Is that accurate?
Correct. It is.
Okay. Yes, Naman.
Yeah, no, that was my and I just want to mention that there are offices as well as in Toronto. There's offices like every other city you can guess.
Absolutely. I just chose Sudbury as an example because I believe you said Sudbury.
I did.
So I guess, shall we say, like in every province, the few major cities probably have a CRA presence.
That's
Definitely.
yeah, definitely have it without a doubt.
Okay, I didn't know that.
That's why we
Yes, yes.
encourage people to apply and then ask the question later on once they are in the pool. Once they get pulled, from a pool, then they can ask the details. But first, just go and apply, because you never know. Maybe the opportunity will match exactly what you expect and what you want.
Exactly. And just to addition to Fatin's answer, that there could be also flexibility that you may be working in, let's say you may be working in Vancouver, just as an example, but your team is located in Ottawa. And as a requirement, you still have to go into office in Vancouver. And the type of job can be done remotely. So that way you don't have to physically move to Ottawa.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
But again, the requirement to go back to office for 2 days a week will still stand still, regardless if the job can be done remotely or not.
So, Fatin, you mentioned applicant pool. I'm an Ottawa guy. I know what you mean, but I don't think that some of our friends joining us today are familiar maybe with that term as much as yourself or Naman. Because Naman also said in your presentation that, well, roles are always posted. Maybe that's because there's always pools being created. But so could you please elaborate a little bit further? You just said the word pools a few minutes ago. I'm not sure everyone knows what you mean.
Yeah. So go ahead and create your profile first. So you make sure you have your profile, try to update it with all information, any education, any information you have, any experience, keep it updated, and then create an alert for the kind of positions you want to apply to, or just browse what we have open. The positions that are advertised, the processes that are advertised, they're open for applications. Once you go and apply, if you meet the prerequisites, you will be placed in a pool, which means you meet the prerequisites of that kind of position. And then later on, you may be called for interview. You may be pulled from that pool for a specific, position. So make sure that you are in a pool. Make sure you apply into our processes, that you meet the requirement, that you meet the prerequisites, that you keep an eye open whenever there is job alert. Just go and apply. This is how you do it. This is how you keep your profile updated. This is how you make sure that you will get pulled from a pool and you will get a job with CRA.
Great. Do you guys remember which slide of yours has the steps to creating a profile, etc.? Because I'd like my colleague to go to that slide. Might as well, since we're touching upon steps. We talked about creating a profile, to get into a pool?
That's slide 17. Just a few
Okay,
slides.
good, great. Yeah, so Fatin, these are our steps, right? Go here, create your profile to get the ball rolling in terms of applying or even getting into a pool.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now, another question from Shilpa, which is related to applications. Shilpa, I believe, is in Ottawa. Shilpa, you can say if you're in Ottawa. Shilpa asks, are there any security clearance required to work at the CRA?
So I just answered that in the chat. So yes, it will be required for any Government of Canada jobs, whether it's with CRA or whether it's with Parliament of Canada or anybody else. It will be required. And depending on what type of security clearance your job may require, it could be from reliability, secret, or top secret.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It would depend on your access to the information, what kind of information you're managing, you're handling. And based on that, the security clearance will be different. And some security clearance takes more time than others, but usually it's just like it goes by the position.
So for a lower level security clearance, how long does it take to get cleared?
From my own experience, I think it only took like 4 weeks, but generally between 4 to 10 weeks.
Just to add on to it, so I have a bit of a higher security clearance, because I've worked with ministers before on my student contracts. So at that time, it took almost 2 months to get my security clearance. But again, that's just that was pre-pandemic. Again, it also depends on many things. On how long have you been in Canada, or what is your travel history looks like, because that's what I have to give for my history. So I had to give my addresses for the last 10-15 years. I also had to give which countries I have traveled to, and which schools that I attended. So they do a very thorough background check when approving you or denying for the security clearance.
Okay, well, all the more reason to create a profile and get started, as Fatin said,
Yes.
because security clearance takes a bit of time, it seems. Let's go into some more. So that's good about, getting the ball started. Let's get into specific roles or the sub-departments. There was a component to the presentation about the audit department, corporate support department. So now we have a question here from Gilbert regarding the audit department or working as an auditor. Does the CRA accept international credentials like a CA or a CIA, etc., or is only Canadian licensure accepted by the CRA in terms of attempting to be an auditor for the CRA?
So I'll just answer that, Fatin, since that falls under my kind of category of working. I'm not sure where your background is, but I can kind of let you know that in order to be an auditor within CRA, you have to know all the taxation rules and and be able to do be able to know the Income Tax Act and do classes in Canada. I understand if you're a CA or chartered accountant from another country, there is, I believe, a process to convert your CA to your CPA in Canada. I think after you have completed your exams in Canada. But I'll give you a perspective of mine. I did my high school, I did my university, I did my colleges within Canada. So I had to have, so all my accounting classes, taxation classes were based out of Canada. And when I was in Canada, everything I was taught was related to Canadian income tax. So again, for entry level, you really do not need the credentials such as CPA or CA. But again, since you're internationally trained, it doesn't hurt to have something like a CPA if you want to convert it. It definitely gives you the advantage of being competitive on that. But in terms of official requirement to be an auditor, you really do not need the credential for CPA. But again, you need to have, since you have international degree or something, you would need to have given some kind of exams to demonstrate that you know the Canadian Income Tax Act and Canadian income tax laws.
Okay, well, thank you for the thorough answer, Naman, and that's a very good question. Now, the next question from Sridevi, I will ask to Fatin, whom can answer in both official languages. The question is being bilingual mandatory to work for the CRA?
No, not really. The CRA has all types of language requirements for positions. Some positions are only French, some positions are only English, some positions require a little bit of bilingualism, and some have to be fully bilingual. So the answer is no, it's not mandatory. If you only speak English, you can still apply to English essential positions. Si vous parlez juste le français, vous pouvez appliquer aux processus qui sont juste français essentiels. Donc, we have both types of positions, but it gives you an edge and it's an asset to be bilingual. So if your first language is English and you know French, that gives you an advantage because you're going to apply to more. You have more positions to apply to than if you were limited to English essential. And it's the same for French-speaking people. If they know English, they can apply to French essential and bilingual. But if they don't know English, they cannot apply to bilingual and they will have to stick with French essential.
Thank you, Fatin. Now, Naman, you talked about staffing tests as part of the application process. Are staffing tests entirely online, or does someone have to come into a CRA center in one of the centers across Canada to do the staffing test?
So I'll just kind of rephrase it for a second. And you would need to do staffing. So anytime you apply for a new position or something, there will be a staffing test requirement. When I was a student, like when I was not a government of Canada's intern, I didn't do internship at that time. I was trying to get into CRA, and at that time I did my in-person testing. Again, that changed during COVID. We had virtual ones, but now I'm seeing more virtuals. But again, even pre-pandemic, there were virtual ones. So, but again, it all depends on that type of process, how they want it. Sometimes they want it supervised.
Okay, so it depends. It depends on the role. That's a very good answer. Feel free to answer the poll. A poll was just put on the screen, so we'd love your feedback as to today's webinar with the CRA. So that'll just take a minute or two. It will literally take probably a minute for someone to fill out this poll. I'll continue on with questions. Jagdeep asks, how long does the recruitment process take in the CRA? That's a pretty tough question to answer, I bet, because it probably depends.
Yeah, it depends. So that's the reason why I tell people to go create your profile, start applying, go into a pool. It's easier if you are already in the pool to be pulled from the pool and get a letter of offer. You know, the turnaround can be very fast. But if you are not even in a pool and the pool has just opened and you want to apply to it, so then you apply and then the pool will have like let's say has a duration of 3 to 6 months before it closes, and then you're placed in the pool. So it can stretch all the way to 1 year before you get a letter of offer. That's why you have to be on your toes. You have to check all positions that appear, go ahead, try to apply, at least have yourself in a pool. So, you know, so when the recruitment process starts, it's faster to get the letter of offer.
Okay, that's very, very good advice. And that's a good question as well. Setting and managing expectations as to the timeline. And as Fatin said, that's why you should start creating your profile. So Song, please go back to the slide where we have the steps for applying to the CRA. Now for the management and executive positions, Naman, is bilingualism imperative?
Yes and no. Most of the time, I would say 9 out of 10 times, yes, for sure. We're seeing definitely there are some positions that are a bit sometimes hard to fill, because it could be like the job market, or let's say just picking on IT. There could be a exemption given, but 9 out of 10 times, and the first priority will always go to the candidate who's bilingual.
I kind of have the answer. It depends on the team you're supervising. If you have a team of 10 and one of them is his first language, you only speak English and his first language is French, you're supposed to be bilingual. If the team is fully English, there is no bilingualism, then it's kind of easier in that case for the manager position to be only in English, and it's the same for the French as well. But priority is always given to bilingual managers.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think this might be our last question. We've talked about, the audit department and the corporate support department being a very big department, which includes, the admin and HRs in there.
Yeah.
Aman also said IT services is more than 10% of the CRA staff. So Olfa asks, are there any roles regarding business intelligence / data science, scientists, data analysts?
Yeah, there are a lot of roles within CRA. We encourage people to apply to these ones. These roles are gonna even grow in the future because that's the field that is growing. So there are roles. Maybe you're not gonna see pools all the time because they are not the SP stream. So you're not gonna see big pools all the time, but certainly there are roles people should go and create their profile. And if they see an opportunity, they should go ahead and apply to it.
Thank you. Now, Naman, you mentioned the qualifications for different classes. We're just talking, for example, previously management, executive roles, bilingualism. What about qualifications for entry-level positions? I think even just post-secondary education was enough for the bar, so to speak. So that's a question from Magendrian. What are the qualifications for entry-level positions? Of course, you can't say all the qualifications, but maybe the bare minimum would be a good way of answering the question.
So speaking from a student perspective, because I was once a student at CRA, and then I became, I was offered a full-time job within the government. If you're starting as a student, there is no requirement other than knowing one of the official languages, English or French, or having, and there's no requirement of having a specific skill set, or there's no requirement of having to know like any work experience. The only thing we require for as a student would be something you have to be enrolled in a school. For anybody who's applying from a public domain, it could be there are like multiple different types of jobs. One of them could be you need to have a degree in specific area of expertise. If you're applying for a job within the audit for entry level, there are positions that you need to have an accounting degree, specializing in accounting with specific skill set. Again, it all depends on varied positions, and they would be all listed under the job postings, which makes it unable for me to like list every single one. But just to give you an idea that it won't be that crazy that you would need like 2 years of experience for entry-level positions.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. So Fatin, I'll give final words to yourself as we're gonna start winding down the hour. We're coming to an end. So it's been a pleasure to connect with yourself and the man today. And I know we have a CRA booth in the G-TAC Expo today and tomorrow. And we really thank you for your time. And you can say final words on behalf of yourself and the man, perhaps in both official languages.
Yes, sure. Je remercie tout le monde d'être venu aujourd'hui à cette présentation. J'espère que vous serez nombreux à appliquer sur notre site web. Donc, je vous encourage tous, surtout les gens de data science, business intelligence, please go and apply. I thank everybody for coming today to our presentation. It was wonderful to chat with you, and we are happy that there is some interest and people are asking the right questions. So please go online, apply, please. And people from business intelligence and data science, yes, please. We need data science. We need this kind of profiles. Even if you don't see a pool, just go and create a profile. You never know, things will get moving for sure. And thank you to Jay for helping us today. Thanks everybody. Have a good day. Merci à tous. Bonne journée.
Merci, Fatine. Bonne journée. Merci, Naman. Thank you, everyone. We'll be joined in a minute or two by Dr. Nora Angelis in Langley, way over in British Columbia. We'll just take a quick break and we'll see everyone soon. Bye, Fatine. Bye, Naman.
Bye.
Thanks.
Hello, Nora, are you there?
Lock the door for your bright
Hi
future.
there.
Presenting the 14th National Virtual Career
I
Expo.
am
We are
here.
gonna
Can you
get-
see me?
Yeah, we
Okay,
will
great.
give you the control so that you can
Sure.
share your
Thank you.
slides. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
That would be great.
Jay is back. Well, that was a quick coffee top up. Jay.
Well, it's already 3 o'clock here in Ottawa, and is it 12 noon there in Langley, Nora?
I can start my video now. Yes, yes. Can you see my background?
Yes, it looks.
Is it showing us the School of Community Regional Planning?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great, great. Just so that people will, UBC gets free publicity here. I'm actually based in Vancouver, not in Langley. But because it was Mary who wanted me to include Langley in the presentation, and it just makes sense because the jobs really are more in the suburbs than in the core. But certainly there are still jobs, even here at UBC, you know, if people want to look at our HR postings, that's also very helpful. And I hope it's okay, you know, for us to, for me to use that background. I just thought it's more professional than blurring my background so that they don't see my PhD gown in the background in my office. So either that, or I can just blur my background.
No, I think it's fine. It looks great. And as you said, great to have yourself speaking on behalf of, first of all, yourself, but also, yeah, the University of British Columbia and tying in the LCSS and the resources that they have to job seekers. It's all an ecosystem, right? So it's certainly.
Yes, indeed, indeed. We train planners, and of course, CARP is the top planning school in Canada. And it makes sense for those who might actually be trained planners abroad to get their credentials here as urban regional planners, professional planners. That's really great.
Yes.
And I used to be the admissions chair, so I'm always recruiting good students for the school. But I'm currently the director of the Institute for Gender, Race, Sexuality, and Social Justice. And so I hope my presentation, it will not be too academic, it will be popular, but I will use academic data and government data statistics, as you've seen from my slides, Jay. So.
Well, wonderful. Well, why don't we get into it? Meaning you share your screen in terms of the PPT, and you can.
Let's see if can you see this now?
Yes,
I
I can.
integrated, yeah, and I began with a slide, but you probably already had it. So.
Well, you can start to introduce yourself and do slideshow from the very first slide if you would like.
Okay, so it's quite hidden here. So let me just see. I'll begin now with. Not sure why it is not showing. Okay, from beginning. How does
Correct.
it look?
Now it looks perfect.
Is that good? Okay.
Yes. So I just want to remind everyone, we're very pleased to have Dr. Nora Angeles with us today on behalf of herself, UBC, also to a certain extent, her friend and partners at LCSS. It's great to have a great view of life and the labor market, also the educational opportunities and the community in Metro Vancouver and the surrounding areas. So we will hear from Dr. Angeles over the next 30 to 40 minutes. And when it's time to open the floor up to a question and answer period, Dr. Angeles will welcome myself back as a moderator. So Dr. Angeles, thank you so much for your time. Pleasure to have you. And please proceed to introduce yourself. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Jay. And thank you, Shaw, as well for organizing this important event. I hope you could see my slides here. So I'm Nora. My full name is Leonora Angeles. I'm originally from the Philippines. I came to Canada as an international student back in 1989. I am currently the director of the Institute for Gender, Race, Sexuality, and Social Justice at the University of British Columbia. And I'm also appointed at the UBC School of Community and Regional Planning, which the background I hope you can see here on the video. I am also the author of a number of books, among them forthcoming, hopefully soon, An Immigrant Flourishing Plus, Lessons from the Global Filipino Saga in Multicultural Canada, Learning Civil Societies, and I've also co-authored a number of book chapters and authored chapters in anthologies, as well as written or co-written articles in a number of journals in different fields. So I consider myself an interdisciplinary research scholar and who's also heavily involved in community engaged research. I'm currently the president of the board of directors, which I do on the side after office hours and on the weekends, for the National Filipino Canadian Cultural Center, or NPC3, which does a lot of arts and cultural programming in the Metro Vancouver region. So I'm currently based here in Vancouver, situated on the indigenous, ancestral, and ceded territories of the Musqueam people. So let me move my slides. I have been tasked to give you some background on the Canadian labor market. And as an academic, I could not help but take a macro approach to explain to you what's affecting our labor markets in Canada. I want you to think of our labor markets as really nested within a broader global scale, the national scale, the provincial scale, and the city region scale, and of course the local, city, even community neighborhood scale. So think of that as a nested process. And in terms of the Canadian labor markets, it's really affected by many multiple factors, some of which I'm going to explain to you in greater detail. The first one is on our immigrant labor policies in Canada. Many of you are likely newcomers, recent immigrants, or immigrants who might have been here and looking for other work opportunities. And so immigration policies in Canada are tied to labor policies, which shape the markets where immigrants and Canadian-born population can look for work. Our labor markets are also very much affected by wage and compensation policies. So people tend to go to sectors where there's higher compensation or better benefits, or where the wage and salary structures are improving or much improved. And so the rewards and incentive structures are important for you to keep in mind should you want to decide on where to go, which sector to go. I'd like you to do research talk to people. And this is where social networking is important. So network, 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 listen, listen, listen. These are the mantras I tell people who are newcomers here, whether they're international students or new immigrants, because it is those networks that will lead you to information on how to apply for jobs, where to apply for jobs, etc. I am thinking of my own case, for instance. They say that 80% of jobs in Canada are not published or not advertised. And my case is an illustration of that. So currently, I'm full-time professor here at UBC, and I have moved westwards from Ontario at Queen's University to the University of Regina and the University of Saskatchewan. And I looked at those jobs that I had before coming to UBC, except for my teaching assistant job at Queen's University and this job that I currently have at UBC, my previous 8 jobs were not advertised. These are often shorter term contracts that help me to get at where I am now. So that's very, very important. Networking is so important. And the fact that you are here, to me, suggests that you are already doing this networking and employing those networking skills. And then when we go macro now, land use policies, as you could tell, I'm from the School of Urban and Regional Planning here at UBC. I could not help but tell you how our labor markets are shaped to a large extent by our land use policies. So where are industries going to be located? Where are the buildings going to be constructed? Where the offices going to be? Transportation policies are also important. And we always say that land use, transportation, and housing are 3 important parts of the triad of policies that shape labor markets, livability, and well-being in the cities. So transportation policies shape how new employees, our workers, can access jobs available perhaps both in the inner core of the city and our suburbs. So access to reliable transportation is so important for our workers to find those jobs. And finally, housing, where our newcomers and older stocks of immigrants live, who are part of our labor markets, are important for us to consider on how those labor markets are shaped. So having an access to reliable means of transportation, where you're going to live, and where you're going to work, those are the key decisions that new immigrants have to make in Canada. And I must add, of course, if you have young kids, where will your children go to school? Or if you yourself are going to need some training, how can you access training available in your local colleges or university? Finally, interest rates. Interest rates, of course, whenever interest rates increase, we tend to see the effect of that 3-5 years down the road. And the economic cycles under which those interest rates policies are enacted. And so we are, of course, many are expecting a recession in the coming months, year or years, because of the impact of interest rates. And this is something that will definitely shape the Canadian and has been shaping the Canadian labor market. So there is a very good Statistics of Canada census report that immigrants make up the largest share of the population and shapes who we are as Canadians. And I think in one sentence, that very opening, tells us the connection between immigration, labor market, and labor policies. And as we know, Canada currently has a two-step immigration process, which has been relied upon, although we do get immediately federal skilled workers who are already coming to Canada as full permanent residents. But this two-step immigration process is clearly seen in the statistics that we have from the recent census that show that over the years since 1980, Canada has relied on this two-step process, attracting temporary foreign workers, international students, and most of whom eventually go through the process of applying for permanent residence through the Canadian Experience Class or Canadian Work Experience Class, various provincial nominee programs, and of course, their postgraduate work permit, such that there is now a whole array of consulting firms, immigration law firms that are easing the entry of temporary workers into the Canadian labor market. And there's a lot of studies, no shortage of them. You can just do Google Scholar, Google search them, and I just want to point to you some of the most recent ones, a few of them written by my colleagues here at the University of British Columbia. Of course, you can see a lot of interest on how COVID-19 pandemic, and we're still coming out of the pandemic and how this has affected Canadian labor markets. There's a lot of studies that show that it really depends on which sector you are in. So for instance, we have a number of frontline service workers that have been largely affected by the pandemic, either because of higher infection rates. And of course, those recession-proof sectors, such as the healthcare sectors, have seen steady demand for labor. And there are, of course, other types of industries and sectors that are largely heavily affected. One interesting study around the Canadian labor market is how different we are from the American market, in that we have seen that we don't follow this polarization of the employment structure and the wage structure as we have seen in the United States. And so that's an interesting insight from that article by Green and Sand. In the previous panel, you have seen the importance of credentialization, whether you want to be an accountant or an auditor, a lawyer, an engineer, a doctor, a dentist, a planner, an urban planner in Canada. You need those credentials, foreign credentials, to be recognized, or for us to be retrained in order to be recognized in the Canadian professions. And then largely, this is where I think a lot of research had been done in relation to a different kind of polarization that we are seeing in Canada. And this is about the precarity of labor. I think someone is raising their hand, Jay. And should I entertain questions at this point before we forgot the question?
Let's just continue with your presentation, and then when it's time for Q&A, that will be time for Q&A.
Okay, thank you. So there is an interesting study, among others, on the precarity of employment in the Canadian labor market, as we have seen increased penetration of neoliberal ideologies in our labor markets, including the corporate and public sector work. And this is very much borne by statistics. When you think of, and this is a little bit dated in 2002, but the patterns are still very similar about 20 years later. that when we think about the Canadian labor market, and this is from Statistics Canada data, it is largely divided into what we might call wage work sector or salary wage work sector and the self-employed sector. And what is quite interesting here is that in Canada, we see that those who have permanent or temporary work are largely in the formal wage sector work. These are the number of paid employees, many of whom are working permanently or full-time, but an increasing number of these paid employees are temporary workers or might be working part-time or temporary full-time or temporary part-time. Okay. So this is part of this precarity in the situation, even though there's still many of us who do work full-time permanent in the public or private sector. An increasing number of Canadians work in the self-employment sector. Those who set up businesses, small, medium, and large. My own son, for instance, since he was in high school, he would tell me, "Mom, I don't want to be an employee. I want to be an employer." And that's the pathway he had chosen for himself. And so who are these self-employed people? Majority, of course, are employers on their own, just like, my son, who is in tech. A number of them are what we might call own account, meaning they are employer, but also their own employee, meaning they are self-employed. Okay? And a number as well are unpaid family worker. I was an unpaid family worker in my mom's hardware store, for example. And many of those self-employed own account workers work either part-time or full-time, same with employers, okay? And of course, the unpaid family workers are perhaps the most unfortunate in the lot, but they might be contributing, of course, to a future business that they are building from the ground up in order to become their own account employers. So think of this as a continuum or part of a spectrum. Now, what's interesting is that while wage work has been on the rise in Canada because of this precarity trend, more so is the trend towards self-employment. Although in absolute terms, as you saw from this number, there's still many more paid workers within the wage work formal sector in Canada. So I'll now go into a related topic, which is exactly showing, and this is based on 2023 as of August latest statistics that I gathered from Statistics Canada, that when you look at Canada as a whole, as you could see here, we have, I think, about 5% of the population, the productive population, who are unemployed. We still have also a number of people who are part-time employees. Some of those part-time employees are employed only part-time, not out of choice, but out of force of circumstances because they could not find full-time work. Majority, of course, of the people in the labor force are fully employed. And we have been seeing that much of the current job demands are exactly what this conference is trying to tell us. They're in finance and accounting. You could see how CRA's earlier pitch was saying, please apply, apply, apply. Those are where the jobs are. Secondly, administrative and customer support. Technology, again, tech is a main driver of our economy. The marketing field and the creative fields, very, very related because you need to be very creative to be a good marketer. Legal and human resources. But we should not also look at the current demand for current skilled talents. Just like the Canadian hockey great Wayne Gretzky said, the reason why he's able to score a lot is because he looks at where the puck is going. And so when you look at the future demand based on increasingly current demand as well, these three areas are going to be where the jobs will be. Those in working with and using a lot of AI in their work. So it's not really just going to be replacing people, you know, there's that narrative, but I don't believe that. There's still a lot of demand for actual human labor. Although increasingly we need to be like prompt engineers who will need to be able to guide AI to do our work more efficiently. Secondly, data analytics. And lastly, software development. So that's the Canadian-wide picture. But remember my earlier discussion point on how we have to think of jobs as being nested in the local, the city region, the provincial, the national, and of course the international. Because Canada gets workers from all over the world. And so now we're going to go into two of those, looking at British Columbia, the province where I'm in today. And in particular, we're going to be looking at the city of Langley, largely because my colleague, Mary Texon, who works for the Langley Community Services Society, that is in charge or has as its mandate the effective immigrant labor integration in the city and district of Langley. So looking at British Columbia, the statistics are very much similar to what you have seen earlier. And by the way, this is talking about millions. So BC as a province has approximately 4.5 million people, where and when we are a young population, although it's like a bimodal trend where you have a lot of aging population who like to work and retire in British Columbia because of our weather, especially in the southern part of the province. And majority of those active in the labor force. So as you could see there, compared to the Canadian statistics, we have a young population and an aging population. And majority are, of course, employed, but there is still an unemployment rate that's close to the national average of about 5%. So majority, of course, are fully employed, and there are also at least a quarter who are of that full-time employment numbers to enjoy or prefer, or in some cases, as I said, forced into only part-time employment. So finally, I go into pitching, looking at this at a very local level. BC as a province is growing, and one of the fastest growing municipalities in Canada is in Langley, British Columbia. If you happen to visit Vancouver, you will notice that our transportation system goes all the way to the Fraser Valley, all the way to Abbotsford and Chilliwack, and Langley is one of your stops along the way. So it's close to Burnaby, Surrey, and of course, Abbotsford. Again, these 4 cities, and I would include Chilliwack, 5 would be some of the fastest growing municipalities in Canada in terms of their ability to attract newcomers because of the lower cost of living. Although housing is, of course, not too different from the bigger sister cities like Vancouver and Victoria. But I want to focus on Langley because had I known, if I only had a crystal ball, I would probably have bought several properties in Langley way back in the early 2000s. It's an interesting city because it is fast urbanizing, but also surrounded by agricultural land, part of what we call the ALR in BC, or agricultural land reserves. So these ALR lands are protected by law to remain agricultural for agricultural use. So you could see here some beautiful pictures of Langley showing the natural beauty of the city and its fast growing urban centers within Langley, and considered one of Vancouver's, Metro Vancouver's best places to live. And one of the things I like about Langley, and again, one of the places I'm considering perhaps for retirement someday, is its access to transportation, which I already mentioned. You can, from the tip of Point Grey neighborhood where I live, here in beautiful UBC campus, it would take me by car about 40 minutes less during off hours, and about an hour and 30 minutes if I go by public transit. Not bad at all. There's a lot of parks and natural trails, playgrounds, spray parks, off-leash dog areas, important for people like me who love dogs. A lot of community gardens, sports fields, tennis courts, an outdoor pool. There's 3 major recreation facilities, at least 2 universities from my count, and when I Googled it, at least 10 colleges. And when I also searched bcjobs.ca as of 2 days ago, there are 133 full-time jobs listed, majority, of course, in the service sector, but some in the other recognized professional sectors that would require credentials here in BC. So I will leave it at that, and I'd like you to go to the booth of LCSS, the Langley Community Services Society, in order to know more about the opportunities in Langley, British Columbia. And thank you for listening, and I'm open for any questions and comments that you might have.
Well, thank you so much, Nora, for the very informative presentation. Great to start from the labor market from a macro point of view, the factors that affect the Canadian labor market at this exact moment. And then you sort of told us where we're going in terms of in-demand skills and roles. And then it was great to then start digging in or using Langley, the city of Langley, as an example as to a microcosm of the Canadian labor market. Thank you for mentioning your partner, Mary Tuxon's LCSS booth. We have resources available to newcomers or landed citizens or permanent residents in BC, specifically Langley, that need a bit of assistance and help entering the labor market through Langley Community Services Society programs. which I put in the chat function. I put some employment resources in the chat function. Speaking of the chat function, now is the time to open up the floor to a question and answer period, as Nora stated. So please start sending forth your questions based on what we've learned from Dr. Angeles, and we can dig a little bit deeper as to the labor market and any other questions you have based on Dr. Angeles' presentation or even her area of expertise as an academic and a researcher. So one question I thought was interesting and related to a statement that Dr. Angeles said. You stated that, in your opinion or research that you had found, upwards of 80% of jobs in Canada are not posted and are hidden jobs. So specifically, the question was, that I need to bring it back, but I wrote it down anyways. Well, how do we find the hidden jobs? If they're not posted, how do I find them? Is it networking? Is it community groups? You mentioned you yourself sit on the board of a Filipino community group. I thought that's a very good question from Shilpa. If 8% of the roles aren't posted, well, how do I find them?
Yes, thank you. I think both Shilpa and Hamza have the same question. And yes, as I said, networking is so important. And I think it begs the question, further question, so how do we network? I'd like you to think immediately of the people within your network, your Facebook friends, your neighbors, your family members who are already well positioned or fully employed in the sectors that you are targeting or aiming to be employed in. I'd like you to join a professional association. One of the things that I noticed is that where many of these professional associations are kind of closed off to those who are already accredited, let's say within planning, within dentistry, within medicine, and all of the other accredited professions. What I notice is that many of them are also creating some kind of a quasi-informal networking opportunities for people, particularly internationally trained professionals who would like to get into the profession that they're promoting. So for instance, here we have accounting, right? Accountants. We have different ethnic groups that are creating their own accountant associations. I'll tell you about the ethnic community group I'm most familiar with, the Filipino community. So there is a Filipino Chartered Accountants group in Vancouver, and I think they have networks all across Canada as well. So, and some of them are working as bookkeepers and trying to get their CGA or CMA accreditation. In the meantime, they need to network and find out where those jobs are. So professional associations would be one. Conferences, for those who are really eager to do research or be part of research groups and are interested in presenting their findings to conferences. It's also a very good way to find out where the jobs are. So just to give you an example, the American Association of Geographers, the Canadian Association of Geographers. If you're in geography or urban planning, there are also planning conferences alongside geography conferences. So look at those cognate or allied disciplines where there might be different conferences, opportunities, where you don't have to present your research findings if you're not doing research. You're simply there to listen, to look at what's the latest state of the art knowledge in the field, and then network. And many of this conference bodies, professional associations who sponsor these conferences always have a panel and networking opportunities for young professionals or foreign trained professionals to get into the professions.
Thank you. Before we continue on, I suggest, Dr. Angeles, can you bring up your PPT again? Because perhaps visually some of your slides might support some of the questions that we're going to continue to explore. So why not bring it up again? So for example, I had written that one of your slides, you stated that immigrants are now greater than 50% of Canada's population.
Yes.
So what are the impacts on the labor market with this, keeping this in mind? And of course, many of our friends joining us live right now are newcomers to Canada, or perhaps some are overseas for sure. Potential newcomers is my point.
Yes, I think this is the slide you're referring to. Yes, we're almost 51% now, largest share of the population, according to Statistics Canada 2021 census. And this has really been shaping not just the Canadian labor market, but also where we are going as a society in terms of our, identity, who we are as Canadians. I remember our own Prime Minister basically saying that perhaps Canada will now be the first post-national state, nation state in the world, because we have, and yet, personally, I think that there is still a core of who we are as Canadians that in the first place make Canada attractive to immigrants. And I explored this dimension in my forthcoming book. And so, yes, the labor market will really depend on how fast, how deep, to what extent will the children of not just the first generation immigrants, but also now the second and third generation immigrants in some communities are also having children, and older stocks of immigrants now boast 5, 6 generations, right? And so this is going to shape the labor market to the extent that there will be a lot more I guess jobs created that will belong to the formal sector, especially as those kind of self-employed sector jobs mature and become more integrated into the formal wage market. So I hope that answers your question. There is some other questions here in the chat. I think from Gilbert, yes. Job openings in BC for professionals who wish to migrate to Canada as express entry candidates. Gilbert, you might have to consult with, this is not my expertise. There certainly a plethora of immigration consultants in BC. Mind you, please be very careful, because there are some unscrupulous people out there who are out to get your money for non-existent jobs in Canada. There are, I think, ways to come to Canada formally, legally, without having to, spend much money. The provincial nominee program, the PNP, is one way to get into BC and other provinces as well. And I believe that there are kind of PNP express entry. And there are, of course, certain criteria for those employers, potential employers, for them to meet the PNP pathway or window to acceptance. So for instance, I remember there was a time when long-term care homes, senior care homes really do anticipate. This is long before the pandemic. And we're hiring nurses through the PNP program. They have many unfilled jobs, and all they have to do is essentially apply for the job and let the employer ease their entry as PNP candidates. Hiring out of province candidate, British Columbia. This is, again, it depends on the sector, Rashi. We also have issues to deal with inter-provincial mobility and the recognition of credentials. So for instance, and this is something that I think the different premiers of the provinces are talking with each other, because there are consistent complaints that we're hearing. I'm a recognized professional in another province. I'd like to practice in another province, but there are gatekeepers in this professional association that prevent them from readily applying or getting recognized, applying for jobs and getting recognized for their professional credentials while they're applying or after they have been hired. So does that, I hope that that answer your question, Gilbert and Rushi. I think Laxmi has an interesting question here. How do we see availability of housing and zoning laws impacting the labor market? Regardless of demand, it's meaningless if there's no available affordable housing options, if you have to spend more money and time on commuting. Indeed, I agree with that premise, Laxmi. In fact, what we are seeing is that many new immigrants move further and further away, or find reasonably priced apartments further and further away from the inner city core and where offices are, as well as from suburban areas where some of these industrial factory jobs might be available. And so, for instance, here in British Columbia, the province that I think I know better than most by now, a lot of new immigrants are, from the last time I checked, again, looking at the Asian population, they tend to gravitate in the Guildford area, because Guildford in Surrey has one of the lowest price points as far as a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and a few 3-bedroom apartments. So keeping that in mind, Guildford is known for Guildford Mall. Other than working for the mall and some other service sector jobs, people who live in Guildford tend to use the SkyTrain to go to the city core of Vancouver for jobs, or perhaps in Burnaby, Richmond. And we're just fortunate to have a very accessible, relatively cheap, rapid mass transportation system in order to for immigrants to access those jobs without having to pay so much for owning a car and getting gasoline and high cost of car insurance. So indeed, you need to kind of think, and I want you to do your research as you're looking for those jobs. Where will I live? How will I go to work? Where would my kids go to school? Or where can I get retrained? If I want to, let's say, go to school after office hours, or if you can negotiate flexible work hours, because there are some employers who allow their workers to be trained while they're in the job. Those are different considerations that you might need to keep in mind as you're looking for these jobs. I think that you have another part of your, also, what is the impact of this conundrum on the neighborhood communities built around personal identity, like queer neighborhoods and cultural communities? That's a very good question too, and we have a number of researchers here at UBC, including myself, who have interest in this topic. Just to give you an idea of how Vancouver has really been built around livability and walkability. So Vancouver is one of the Canadian cities that have really taken seriously the idea of compact and high density, livable neighborhoods where you can go to work, walk to the grocery store, walk to any major amenity, or take a very short transit ride. And that is why many new immigrants tend to gravitate around the city. Compared to other municipalities in the Lower Mainland, for instance, every neighborhood in Vancouver has a community center, a neighborhood house that might also have a senior center, a public library, and a major school, although different neighborhoods might share, we call it a catchment area, a major elementary school, and a major high school. So this is the idea for why many immigrants are attracted to live in Vancouver, not just because of the availability of jobs, although much of these jobs are, of course, going to the suburbs because office space is quite expensive in the downtown core, and some of them tend to move out into the suburbs. And so as a result of this, you have a lot of what we might call ethnic enclaves within the city of Vancouver. And of course, the entire Metro Vancouver has these ethnic enclaves. But what's interesting in the Vancouver, and I think this holds true for the so-called ethnic enclaves in Toronto as well, is that our ethnic enclaves are also actually multi-ethnic enclaves, and actually very mixed in terms of ethnocultural identity. And visible minority, I don't like that particular term, but that's the term that we usually use for immigrants who come from non-traditional countries, Asia, Africa, Latin America. Because of the vibrancy of these neighborhoods, the more traditional Canadian immigrant groups and also older stocks of the Canadian population also gravitate, to this multi-ethnic enclaves or neighborhoods. Queer neighborhoods, Vancouver has a concentration of that, particularly in the downtown West End, and of course Commercial Drive. And as we say, go where the LGBTQ community go, and that's where you see a lot of vibrancy and a lot of jobs and a better quality of life generally happens. So that has become their identity. Okay, so I think there's a final question from our programs. LCSS only for Canadian citizen, PR, or work permit with refugee status. I believe that there are also programs for those who are temporary foreign workers, RR. I could be wrong, but certainly we could connect you through Jay and Shaw to our LCSS friends who might be able to support them. And increasingly, Many of these programs for LCSS and other immigrant settlement organizations increasingly include programs for international students, temporary foreign workers who are also going to be future immigrants in Canada. I hope that answers the question also. Rushi, does LCSS program provide one-on-one support? Yes, I believe that they do. And in fact, I think my friend Mary herself has started out as an employment counselor for another immigrant settlement organization and is now a manager looking at employment-related programs. Yes, so one-on-one would be important.
Yeah, as Dr. Angela said, I will put in the chat once again the URL to the employment services page at the LCSS, because whether it was Rushi or Raja, you're going to have to make an inquiry because Dr. Angeles and I don't know your current immigration status. If you're an immigrant to Canada, you basically should be eligible for servicing. And as Dr. Angeles rightly said, international students used to not be eligible for servicing, but then when their right or ability to work in Canada has been loosened by the federal government, well, then it seems that some of the newcomer settlement agencies are then therefore able to sort of bend the rules, and not bend the rules isn't the right term, but be able to attempt to support international students or different types of work permit holders. It's just hard. There's different streams to immigration and different status of work permits, and we don't know your status. So please do connect with the LCSS directly. And then, yeah, the question about one-on-one servicing. I mean, I agree with Dr. Angeles. I mean, you're going to get one-on-one support, but you have, Shaquan certainly knows that you certainly, and Dr. Angeles insinuated herself earlier on today, you have to take responsibility for your own career success and have a sense of agency. Do not expect Rishi, someone to work for you for months to get you a job. That's not going to happen. It's just not. I used to be a career, a job, what you call a job developer. I don't have time to find everyone a job. I mean, did I find people jobs? Yes. But I mean, it's very competitive out there, and the people that take the initiative to find the hidden job market, to network within the community, to upskill, to take resources available to them through the LCSS or institutions like UBC or other colleges. I mean, those persons are going to beat out the other persons that wait and sit there and expect for Shaquan or Mary Texon to phone them. So most of the responsibility is you to find a job. But yes, LCSS will be able to give you some counseling and to a certain extent, one-on-one support. And by the way, they won't just immediately help you find a job. They will certainly review your resume. Of course, they're going to review your resume. That's to your benefit. They're the experts in career development, and they'll determine if your resume is ready or if you interview well. You'll probably have a mock interview training through some Langley LCSS program. So you can't skip the queue in terms of servicing, is what I'm trying to say. There's a line or a circle of servicing, Rushi, and it's to your benefit as a job seeker. And I'm just trying to be supportive, but be realistic in terms of setting and managing expectations in terms of how much one-on-one servicing you will get, and also the extent to which you need to take responsibility for your new life in Vancouver. Am I right, Dr. Angeles?
Yeah, and there are also the usual suspects that we have here as far as support system would be what we call the ISOs, the immigrant settlement organizations like LCSS. They get money from the federal and provincial government to support you precisely for this job search and economic immigrant integration. But there are also other not so usual places where you can find support. The libraries, I would say, are very helpful. the churches, where if you have some faith-based organization, they're very, very helpful in getting you connected. The neighborhood associations, and of course your schools, especially if you're going to get some training. I noticed that you included their BC jobs. That's where I got the data from 133, still unfilled jobs in Langley, BC. So again, you have the information really at your fingertips if you have a cell phone or a laptop. And to network, there is still no substitute for one-on-one support that you can get, and meeting people in person, especially as we get out of the pandemic.
Well said, Nora. Before we have Dr. Angelis sign off, Shaw, is there anything that you would like to add? I know you've liaised with Mary of the LCSS for some years, as have I. But Shaw Kwan has a sister and family in BC, and he knows the market well and the communities, various communities well. Is there something you would like to add, Shaw?
Well, no, I mean, you guys covered just about everything. So again, don't just think that only LCSS is available. There are so many immigrant serving organizations in BC, especially in the greater Vancouver area. There's so many ISSO BC, AEIP, Mosaic. I mean, there's so many community services available. So please do not hesitate. As a new immigrant, the government have already funded all these organizations to help you. So the service is available for you to use. Definitely please use it. And of course, the churches, the libraries, the various other networking group that you belong to. So all these resources are available. There's definitely no excuses. Those resources are all available. So please use it.
Well, thank you, Shaw. So this wraps up today's Discover Canada Live channel. It's been a really robust day of conversation, very informative. It's very cool to finish off in Vancouver. We started the morning in Fredericton, New Brunswick, and we've touched upon many regions and communities of Canada, many subsectors. And we'll continue the live channel tomorrow, September 27th, with our Career Forum live channel. Well, that will be a bit more sector oriented into specific sectors. CPA BC will be a partner. We will be joined by a immigrant servicing organization in BC, IEC BC, for example. We'll be hearing from Shaw Kwan and Ying Xie as to the G-TAC Boost program, which is a free subsidized ICT bridging program into the labor market. You can explore yourself on gtacexpo.com. Lastly, in regards to tomorrow, we did get, a bit of an immigration question that we couldn't answer because, as Dr. Angelis stated, well, such advice is actually a regulated space in Canada. So we have to be careful of what we say, but don't worry, because tomorrow at 3 p.m. EDT, we have a session from Mr. David Din of Sky River Immigration, a regulated and licensed immigration consultant. So if you have some questions, related to immigration, we have a specialist available to you 3 p.m. Otherwise, some of you are already in Ottawa or in BC, so it's a very diverse mix of people. We thank you for your time. It's been a great day at the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. And now I'll have Dr. Angelis sign off on behalf of herself, UBC, and her partner, Mary Texon.
Yeah, so just thank you so much. I hope you check out all the different immigrant settlement organizations. Shaw had mentioned ISSBC, Mosaic, and I'll add Mosaic, Success, Multicultural Helping House Society, ISBC and LCSS, and I imagine that other metropolitan Vancouver municipalities and also the secondary cities in British Columbia also have their counterpart ISOs that you can tap into. So I just want to wish you all the best in your new life and careers in Canada, and thanks to G-TAC for this invitation. Again, my email is just nora.angelis@ubc.ca if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Jay. Thank you, Shah. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.